Day 2 of the second test at Mirpur kept the crowd breathless. 𝗂𝗚 century in his 100th test match was nothing short of legendary, a proud milestone that ignited millions of dreams. 𝗵𝗺𝗽𝗓, too, made the day memorable with his 4th test century. With 476 on the board, Bangladesh put the visitors on the back foot. And Ireland's response crumbled under pressure as they lost 5 wickets for just 98 runs. As day 3 dawns, the question hangs heavy. Will Ireland find the resilience to mount a colossal fight back, or will Bangladesh tighten their hold? This is testing it at its best, and missing it is not an option. It is day 3 of this second and final test match of the Dutch-Bangla Bank series between Bangladesh and Ireland. And we're here at the Sher-e-Bangla National Stadium in Dhaka. A very good morning to you. It is moving day on this test match. A lot of things might happen. It's moving in one direction at the moment, and to talk about it, I have the pleasure to have alongside me Ed Ransford. Ed, good morning to you.
Good morning, Shamim. Yes, it's moving in the direction where Bangladesh wanted to go. But what can Ireland have learned from Sylhet? What can they have learned from yesterday facing those spin bowlers? And do they have any fight left in them today? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have just a quick look at the match summary, what transpired in the last couple of days. Bangladesh emphatic. Maybe a little disappointed that the score was not a little bit more past the 500 mark, but give the Irish the credit for ensuring they didn't get too many runs on board. But then it all fell apart.
Yeah, but if you look at that 476, that's almost like a 550-run score on this particular pitch. But then when you look at Ireland's effort, they're 96 for 5. I tell you, again, where do their batters find the options? Where do their batters find the scoring options against these very good spinners? But also in the reflection of where the surface is going as well. How much better do they need to bat to be able to challenge that 476 that feels like 550?
It does indeed. And the day belonged, of course, to the man of the moment. That started off 100th test match. Would he get his century? And he did. It was a tremendous effort on the part of the veteran Mushfiqur Rahim. Really broadened hearts and gladdened hearts, and really made the supporters very, very happy.
Yeah, you look at how he goes about his 100 in this highlight, but what these highlights don't show you is the hard work that went in between this innings, where he was starved of scoring opportunities, and that celebration in itself is a weight off his shoulders, but also a little bit of history that then goes back onto his shoulders, and the responsibility that he's had as a Bangladesh player that's the first one to get 100 test matches.
Yes, congratulations to him. But as you said, a lot of hard work went in, and there were 3 partnerships of 100 or more, and that was the backbone of the Bangladesh innings.
Well, that's what really probably broke Ireland, those 300-run partnerships that set up the innings and didn't allow Ireland to come into the game. And from a batting perspective for Bangladesh, those are 3 big ticks. We need 3 big partnerships would be the conversation before the test match starts, and then they come in the middle order. We're around all your experience with Mushfiqur, then 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and then Mahedi.
Yeah, talking about 𝗏𝗏𝗏, it's time he got a big 3 numbers, and he did that after quite a big gap, and he must have been happy with the century he compiled. It was very meticulous. He's always a very, very stylish player, isn't he?
I tell you what, he's so easy on the eye, does 𝗏𝗏𝗏. He's got all the shots, he's got the sweep, he's got the power game, he's got the touch, he's also got the timing. So I'm really pleased that he's got to this 100, and you can see what it means to him. But more importantly, he will be the backbone of this Bangladesh middle order as they progress into Test cricket, and when you see a little bit more of the retirements.
Oh yes, well, forget the retirement for the moment. We want these players to carry on and encourage the youngsters coming through. And let's see what 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had to say for himself as he talked to Shomana Ghosh.
𝗏𝗏𝗏, very well done on yet another elegant knock. Just want to start with asking you, what was different or special to this knock?
As a test player, every knock is special. Whenever you get a century is special for every time. And for reason, this is the 100th test for Mushfiqur, and I'm very lucky to playing with him the Test cricket, and we make a good partnership. Couple of games, so I enjoyed it a lot.
You definitely did, and you yourself said it, posted it, and I've heard from other players as well that when you're there in the middle with Mushfiqur Rahim, he makes it easier for the partner.
Yeah, definitely. He have full of experience of his whole career, so he knows what's going through at this stage. He knows how to bowl that situation, and whenever he was bad, he was very cool and calm guy.
And referring to the Bangladesh innings, there were certain dry patches when the boundaries dried out. Your reflection on the proceedings then?
Not really. I just enjoy. I just want to bat because the last innings when I bat in Sylhet, after long T20 format break from the Test cricket, it was very difficult for me to, because I'm not playing that much cricket in red ball, so I was struggling a little bit of the defense. So that's why I thought it's better to play aggressive cricket. And now I practice and now I realize that situation, how to bat in Test cricket. So I just maintain my process.
All right, wish you all the best with that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, some positives in the Irish team. Andy McBride had really got the second 6-wicket haul against Bangladesh, and that is a lesson that the youngsters can take in from him.
Yeah, you know, the way Andy McBride went in this particular innings is one that would have pleased him, and it's pleased Ireland. And I'm also quite pleased for him, because in Sylhet, he wasn't at his best. He wasn't featuring as he did in this particular Test match where he picks up these 6 wickets. And you see how he's had control, a great command over the pace of the ball, but also working out batters. And he's had to toil long and hard to pick up these 6 wickets. It's his second 6-wicket haul at this particular venue. But I'll go back to why I'm more pleased for him, because he would have been the one who needed to lead the attack in Sylhet. And for him to come back into the Test match and put such a meaningful performance up front as he did there is important for him as the leader of the spin group.
And he encourages youngsters like the debutant Gavin Hoey, because he got a couple of wickets, bowled a lot of overs, and youngsters will take a lot of learning from these experienced players.
Yes, they will. And I think for a Gavin Hoey, he'd have looked at how Andy McBride would have gone about his work. But because he's a wrist spinner, the conversation would have been about pace, line and length, and also patience.
Yes, indeed. And Gavin Hoey impressed everyone, and I wonder what he thought about his performance. And of course, it was Shorturl Ghosh once again catching up with him.
Gavin, first of all, congratulations on your debut. What does it mean to you? Because I am aware that your father has represented Ireland and was a leggy himself. And what does it mean to you that being a leg spinner yourself, you got to debut for Ireland?
Yeah, I actually made my debut in one-dayers back in September, and that was a really proud moment. But to debut in the Test circle is I'm pretty proud of that, and so is my dad, and it's pretty cool to be able to say.
And from the ones who've come here before and played here before, did they pass on any message that was helpful?
Yeah, I think that it's more so within the playing group. I think there's a lot of experience, and I play club cricket with a few of the guys, so it's a pretty comfortable place for me to be. And they've been excellent in terms of being welcoming and passing on that experience to me and trying to make it as easy as possible for me coming in.
Yeah, and you've got a couple of wickets on your Test debut. What changed from day 1 to day 2? You got both the wickets yesterday.
Yeah, sometimes I think it's a bit of luck. I think I probably bowled better on day 1 personally, but that's just the way it is sometimes. I think we tried to change it up a little bit on day 2 and be a bit more aggressive with our fields, and that's what happened. The batters start playing a few more shots, and that creates a bit of an opening.
It did. And going forward, how much do you think this experience is going to help you out and help you grow as a player?
Oh, absolutely. It's bowling 34 overs against a serious batting lineup, especially in their conditions against serious batters who playing spin. They play spin so well. It's definitely going to hold me in good stead when I go back home and in future games, hopefully, that I play.
Thank you, Gavin. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Well, that wicket we will look at in a few moments started to take turn late in the second day. How is it going to behave today as we join Isabel Joyce for her thoughts?
Good morning and welcome out to the middle, where very shortly 2 Ireland batters will be attempting to save their team somewhat. At least it's 𝗁𝗏 who'll be coming out on day 3. He's Ireland's only centurion at this venue in Test cricket before today. He'll be hoping to add a second, as will Ireland's debutant batter Stephen Doherty, but they have a huge amount of work to do, and what they really need is clarity of thought. Well, what can they do about that clarity? They can take a leaf out of Bangladesh's book. When going deep, make sure that the line of the ball is outside of stump. When coming forward, Ireland's batters Curtis Camphor and Andy Balbirnie lacked conviction, and that's why they managed to lose their wickets. They didn't come forward in the way that they would want to, and they'll be looking to put that right when they get an opportunity again. However, they've also chosen the wrong times to go back. 𝗂𝗏𝗽𝗂𝗽𝗃, Harry Tector, well, they went back to balls that were too full, and they're back in the hutch because of it. So what does that mean they need to do coming forward? They need to be mindful of the speeds that Bangladesh are bowling. They are bowling a lot slower than Ireland's spinners. In particular, the left-arm spinners are much slower than Matthew Humphreys. That's why Bangladesh were able to play off the back foot so beautifully, and that's why Ireland feel like they have to come forward. I think they can continue with that, but just believe in their plans, trust that conviction, and hopefully we'll see them back deep into day 3. Well, hopefully for an Irish point of view. Bangladesh, however, if they continue to bowl how they have, they'll feel confident that they can take plenty of wickets today on this surface.
Well, it seems, she says, take a leaf out of the manner in which your opposition negotiated the wicket here today.
Take a leaf out of Mushfiq's innings, take a leaf out of Lytton Das's innings, take a leaf out of Mehdi Hasan, who was there for a brief period in terms of support, but also have the clarity of mind in that this is a surface that's going to take a lot more turn. So what you need to do is that once one beats the inside edge or the outside edge of the bat, put it behind you, look forward, and spending as much time out in the middle, and then pick your options on how to score, how to survive, and also how to get as close to that follow-on target, because you don't want to be put back in there straight away. So get those sort of marks out of the way. Get to that 200, 250 and build an innings. They've got 2 batters at the crease, and one thing about Ireland that they've always had is a bit of fight.
Well, let's see if they've got a bit of fight on them. Ed, thanks for your thoughts. It's now time for us to join our commentators upstairs.
A very good morning to everyone. Bangladesh in a commanding position one more time. Day 3. And Bangladesh lead by 378 runs. Problems for Ireland. Half of the side already back in the pavilion. Heard from a fellow commentator who's just sitting next to me, Isabel, that they need to have a clarity in their mind. Spot on. Spot on in terms of what they need to do. Because if you don't have clarity in your mind, then you don't know what kind of approach you need to go and do, especially against the spinner. A very good morning to you, Isabel.
Good morning, Arthur. Luckily, I'm an optimist, so I have full faith that the 2 batters out in the middle will have gone back and had a good think. And I think what would have been good is if they've actually watched those dismissals back as well. Not so much Paul Stirling's dismissal. We haven't seen that so far this morning, because that was a bit of an outlier. He had clarity of thought. I just think it was probably the wrong option. Stephen Doherty, well, I'm sure it was a long night for him. He's waited a couple of days to get his opportunity with bat in hand, the debutant. And 2 from 21, so he was patient at the end of day's play. He wanted to make sure he got through to day 3, as did 𝗁𝗏𝗃𝗃. And both of them, to be fair, looked like they had clarity of thought. 𝗏𝗃 Islam, yeah, he's been consistent, asked constant questions yesterday, and you really can see his patience in the way he went about things, bowling to the Ireland batters yesterday. Didn't go searching for wickets. That was clear. They let Ireland boil away and looked just confused, I think, is the message that you see from those 4 wickets that we just saw on screen, because when it was Curtis Camphor and Andy Balbirnie coming forward, they didn't come far enough forward, and on the back foot, they didn't go far enough back. But here we go.
Straight away, there's an appeal. Straight away, he's gone on to the back foot. Remember what Isabel just spoke about. You've got to be 100% sure and pick the right one. They'll have a bit of a discussion here. But to the naked eye, it looked like it was drifting down the leg side. So he opts out from taking the review.
Yeah, I mean, he's not that deep in the crease, I suppose, is the good thing. It's normally not a good thing. You want to get a bit deeper than that, but because he didn't go that far back, it had a bit of space to travel, that delivery, so I reckon it would have missed. But even that one there, Ireland opting to more transfer their weight onto their back foot rather than actually stepping deep in their crease like we saw from Bangladesh. So they don't have that space created by going on the back foot.
I think it's all about the length, because at times, more often than not, we've seen batters from Ireland, instead of being on the front foot, they've managed to go deep in their crease. That's food for thought for the batters. Pick the length a little bit early, and if you feel that you can play off the front foot, then don't hesitate. Extra fielder from the offside has been. Oh, now he's gone back again. So there are silly mid-off, slip, gully, short leg.
Yeah, I mean, looking at where the Bangladesh spinners have pitched it, it's been consistent. It's just that Ireland haven't felt comfortable coming forward because maybe they haven't committed enough to that shot. And then because of that, some decent turn early on today. Nice grip. Spinners love to see that early on. Because they haven't committed to the front foot, then they think, okay, maybe I'll go back, but still equivocating, and then the clarity not there.
That's a good defensive stroke from Doheny on debut. As long as the bat stays within the body line, it's fine. Once it reaches out, then you're given an opportunity. So that's well played also. 99 for 5. The openers actually looked good for a while. 41 they added, Balbirnie and Sterling, but then they started, once the fall of that first wicket kept falling at regular intervals. I thought Hassan Murad was very good. He's been very impressive. So they start with spin and seam. Ibadat Hussain, who bowled only 5 overs. Yesterday we'll start the proceedings. Initially, you need to be very, very watchful. And also the fact that at times we've seen the seam as bowling a little bit wide outside the stump. So when that happens, the batter would need to ensure that they leave it to the keeper. You don't want to play each and every delivery.
No, but by the same measure, Ireland have got to find a way to keep rotating the strike. If they just look to survive, then things can get very difficult very fast. 100 up. First milestone completed by Ireland. It's the first of many they'll be hoping to achieve today and going forward. It was interesting listening to Gary Wilson's chat after the game yesterday. He spoke about talking to the captain, Andy Balbirnie, and how Ireland want to go about things. And he said they always, Irish teams, not just this one, but in any sport, they always want to show fight, they want to show grit, and they won't go down without a fight. So that's what we can expect to see, is some pride in not just these two, but the other Ireland batters to come.
Fielded a deep square leg has come in. Mushfiqur Rahim, right next to the leg umpire. Drifting down the leg side, so easy pickings. Yeah, the point that I was trying to make, Isabel, initially as a batter, when you go into bat early morning, the first session, first half an hour is crucial. So you're not looking to just rotate strike, but you're also looking to just make sure that you're there to be able to survive and get set, get your eye in, and to be able to score later on. Because when you do look to score, I know runs are important, but if you look to score early on, then you might just play a false stroke, which is not needed at that stage of the game. Beautifully bowled, lovely delivery.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So that's the difficulty, isn't it? Trying to be positive, not get stuck, but also value your wicket. Lorcan Tucker's played this actually quite nicely in the end, because while he did look to play at it, he just about managed to pull his bat inside rather than push out. Just one slip, kind of in a guessing slip there. Second, maybe a bit tight from second. And a gully. Two catches in front, I'd say a short mid-wicket and a, what would that be, a short mid-off rather than a silly mid-off. So they obviously think that today is the day that this pitch will start to hold a little bit more. Looking for catches more in front of the wicket than behind.
Nicely stroked away on the offside. Should be able to pick up a boundary. Yes, if there is an opportunity, you've got to grab it with both hands. Lovely shot to finish the over. 105 for 5. I thought Hassan Murad, who made his debut in that first test match, was outstanding. 10 overs he bowled yesterday, 2 for 10. Wicket apiece for Khalid, Taijul, Miraj. There will be opportunities. The last delivery of the previous over was hit for a boundary. This was a wider delivery, so they put that away. But should have hit that a little bit harder. They managed to pick up 3 runs, which is fine. They'll probably have a quick check of the boundary. He's done well. Hassan Murad.
Well, they'll have to take opportunities to score. This one's slightly full, and that's what's induced the drive. There was slight movement away from Lorcan Tucker, but full enough. Just had to push the hands through, use the pace. Stephen Doheny getting 3 off the first delivery of this over, so a fruitful couple of deliveries for Ireland.
Day 1 of the first Ashes Test match, Isabel. England and Australia. Mitchell Starc is having a ball with the ball. Has picked up all 3 wickets. 67 for 3. Joe Root gone for naught.
Lots of byplay in that test series, which I've been enjoying. had a chat with Barry McCarthy before play today. Just asked him why he wasn't playing. Beautiful. Nicely covered his stumps there, Lorcan Tucker. And I did what you said, Arthur, cover your stumps. Sometimes you're going to get a good delivery and you've got to allow the bowler to have that. Don't push out at it. Don't feel for the ball. And then the other thing you've suggested, put it behind you and they do bowl a good ball. Move on to the next. Hopefully that's what's going to happen. Yeah, Barry McCarthy, talking to him, I said, why? Well, we'll talk about that later. 108 for 5. Bangladesh had a good time of it in the first innings. 2 centuries, one from Liton Dash and one on his 100th test for Mushfiqur Rahim. Ireland with it all to do. No! Yeah, just to finish that point about Barry McCarthy, I said, look, we saw you out as 12th in the field, so presumably there's no injury that's kept you out of the 11. He said, as far as I'm concerned, just not selected, probably based on conditions. So I feel like Jordan Neal, the one selected over him, the youngster, could have done with his experience, I think. Barry McCarthy, they might look back on that selection and think, oh, maybe the wrong one. Nothing against Jordan Neal, but I think Barry McCarthy maybe would have worked out the surface on that in that first day a little bit more quickly with his experience.
Nicely played. There will be open spaces. You just have to stay patient. Just keep calm and carry on. Today was the first time that I went in and have a closer look of the pitch. You did the pitch report. And you can still see the green tinge on top. They've left the live grass. What was noticeable was the cracks opening up. But it's held itself together. The surface is not a lot of wear and tear. And I spoke to Tony Hemmings, the head curator here at this venue. He just mentioned that's gone outside part of the bat into the gap for a boundary. So runs are coming. And he mentioned that there might be a little bit more bounce available on day 3, which we'll have to wait and see, because if it does, then the spin can be even more difficult to face. That one kept a little bit low.
Yeah, I wonder what did he mention why he thought it was going to bounce more? I mean, yesterday I did speak to him just very briefly yesterday evening. Went out to have a look at the surface, and I said, is he pleased? Obviously he's the head curator right across Bangladesh's international venues. Uppish down. Did that carry? I think it did. It would have been a tough chance. It would have been a great catch, but Stephen Doheny just drawn into that shot. Perhaps the ball is slightly wide, not quite full enough. And could this have been the chance that Bangladesh were hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, just have a look at that shot that he attempted to play there. Not an easy catch by any means, but you were expected to take this onto the right, just dying to his right. And if you see that replay, you could see the bat really throwing his bat away from the body. Doheny. And that's what we have spoken about. And the point that we were talking about just a little while earlier, see where the bat is. No real feet movement, the feet are planted where it were, and then the bat goes through.
Yeah, spot on. Front foot just doesn't get close enough. If you're going to play that line, you have to get closer. Otherwise, leave it alone. You want to play within yourself, you've got to leave those wider deliveries. Good field placement. 116 for 5.
Survived in that previous over, Doheny. And what we're trying to say from here, that if they can manage to leave, you pointed it out, Isabel, that if the ball is wide enough, then leave it to the keeper. What it also does, it forces the bowler to get closer to you. Because once you do it on a regular basis, the bowler is basically wasting the early morning moisture that he can take advantage of. So he would be asked to bowl a little bit closer, and then you get opportunity to play a little bit closer to the body.
And I think as well, you can see Stephen Doheny's mindset is to play within himself by the way he's played the deliveries that are close to the body. He's just pushing the ball into the gaps, not searching for boundaries. We've asked Ireland to take a leaf out of Bangladesh's book, especially Mushfiqur Rahim didn't look to score boundaries, didn't go through with shots because he felt like with the pace off the pitch. That one a little bit lower on the bounce side, but Lohra-Tucker not able to find the gap. Yeah, so Mushfiqur Rahim didn't get the big flourishes of the bat unless it was a long half volley or something. He, by and large, just punched it into gaps, ran as hard as he could. So Stephen Doheny looks like that's the plan. Now, that one did not get up. I would be asking Lohra-Tucker, can you get that back foot a little bit deeper in the crease? Give yourself more time.
Yeah, it was quicker in the air, 88.5 kilometers per hour from Taijul Islam. Yeah, nicely played. Good running also, come back for the third.
Lovely hands from Lohra-Tucker, and I think that was a good example of putting what's happened before behind you. The one that was slightly quicker stayed low, but then got the line that he wanted and got the hands through as well to make sure to get some action on that long run for Ibadat, the big fast bowler. So they came back for 3.
That was very close, but in the end, you've got to say it's a good leave. 119 for 5.
Ireland trailing right by 357 runs, and what the two batters in the middle have to do is relish the opportunity. It's early on day 3, plenty of time for them to get into their innings rather than just look to survive. This is the first session of the 3rd day. Still good conditions for batting. Well, what I was going to mention as well is that Stephen Doheny, it's his test debut, but he has played one-day internationals and T20s for Ireland. He's opened the innings 7 times in one-day internationals and batted at number 5 twice and batted 3 in T20 internationals. So he's generally a top order batter, and in and he more often than not opens the batting. So that's the kind of mindset that he has and the kind of technique that he has as well.
What's he doing at number 7? Short ball, not in control, but he's got away with it. It's a good bouncer, surprised him. There was a surprise element from Ibadat Hussain. He was not expecting that.
A right smile from Lorcan Tucker there. Testing out the middle of the pitch. It was onto him quickly. You could see by the time he adjusted, it was through almost. And he only just about managed to get glove on it. Maybe he'll reconsider and duck underneath it, but possibly thinking about if he does try and duck underneath it and there's that variable bounce, he could get into trouble. So rather take it on, be in a position to defend it if it doesn't bounce. You asked, Arthur, what's Lorcan or what's Stephen Doherty doing at number 7? I think the answer to that is that what Ireland have done with their selection is that they've kept 2 all-rounders as their seamers. Jordan Neal will come in next. Curtis Camphor is a top order batter. In fact, actually, Andy McBrien's going to come in next, and then Jordan Neal. So they've got all-rounders to come in after him. They've got the keeper coming in ahead. He's the one that's got the century for Ireland on this very ground. So it's just about finding a position for him that's not going to upset your set positions. And 7 was the one that was open.
Yeah, you mentioned that Mushfiqur took a long time, but he's not looking to hit boundaries. His first boundary came off the 68th delivery. And that's the kind of concentration you would need to require to score runs on the surface. What a carrier he's had. And he's taken some special care of that cap. Yeah, more than 20 years. Again, not in control, but he's found the gap, playing away from the body. So he's been good, Ibadat Hussain, because he knows he's trying to play few shots now. So he's throwing in the bait.
I think this is the right line because it's not necessarily close to Stephen Doherty, but it's also not as far away as that previous one where he gave that chance. So he might have talked to himself and said, okay, don't play too far away from your body, but that's right around the area that he will play at. You can see from the reaction as well behind, they feel like they're not far away. Nicely stroked. I think the fact that he didn't again go with quick hands at the ball. Another catcher comes in.
$122 for 5. Bangladesh has managed to bowl 6 overs and Ireland have scored 24. So they're going a rate of 4 runs and an over this morning. He stayed pretty positive. He spoke about rotational strike. Yeah, it's been good so far, so good for Ireland.
Well, when we're sitting up here, you get a general feeling of the pitch, don't you? How the 2 different teams feel, and it just feels nicely sedate for Ireland right now. That's going down leg. Richard Illingworth not interested. But what Bangladesh need to do is just maybe try and inject some energy into things. The bowlers certainly trying to make things happen, maybe trying too many things. It's opening up opportunities for Ireland, but Lorcan Tucker once more looking to go back. Was there 2 signs there as well? So not much going for that appeal, but it's always good to go up, just get the Get the juices flowing if you're Bangladesh and 𝗫𝗏𝗄𝐽.
We haven't seen the ball to turn that sharply. We saw that yesterday. And they're dealing it nicely here. Dealing with this, especially with this spin of 𝗫𝗏𝗄𝐽. Very good. This is very good from both the batters, 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 and 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝐽. Right on the cue. Now there, his turn.
Oh, you were calling for it. Where's the turn? What's that hit? Few cracks opening up. We saw the Hoover earlier.
Lovely, lovely delivery. Once the ball starts to turn, then so many things goes in the batter's mind. First one turned very sharply. The second one, this one, turned beautifully bowled. What started to happen in this over for 𝗫𝗏𝗄𝐽. And an outside edge. Testing over, maiden over from 𝗫𝗏𝗄𝐽. His best so far, 122 for 5. Continuing with Ibadat Hussain. Seven overs bowled so far, so he'll be bowling his 4th on the trot. Now the second slip moves away and gets closer to the gully fielder. Eyeing for him to fetch it outside the off stump and try to play a wide delivery. Short on that occasion, nicely behind.
Just starting to look a little bit agitated, Stephen Doheney. Talking to himself, needs to just quiet those voices in the head. Came out with clarity this morning. Go back to that. Don't change your plans based on what the bowlers are doing. I think as well with those catchers, they're quite far apart, but they're almost a run-saving measure because he is very good in that area. Yes, there was an edge that went down there, a couple of edges, but we saw he plays with soft hands. You don't want to give him freebies along the ground in that area. Well, this is the second last ball of the over. And what comes to mind is just the line that's pitched on. Forces Tucker to come forward, but he keeps nicely in line. And actually, in some ways, the amount of turn has gone in the favour of the batter. A little bit less turn, that would have taken the outside edge.
Yes, no, yes, no. They need a direct hit. Ooh. That's gone. No backing up. So that'll go to the boundary. That'll be 5. Let's see how close was that.
Well, went straight away, Stephen Doheney, and if it had hit, I think he would have been gone. Yeah, he gave up on it. He had to get out around Ibadat. If he hadn't had to get around him, I think he would have been okay, but had to take a different route.
Yeah, I just feel that Ibadat Hussain was just standing there. He could have come close on to the stumps, collect that throw and take the bails off. He was hoping for a direct hit.
You're a hard taskmaster. Big fast bowler coming back to the stumps, no chance. He was playing an important role, getting in the way. Big full ball, trying to surprise Tucker. He's Well, he's left that a long time, bowling that fuller delivery. Good patience from 𝗵𝗺, but Tucker up to the task.
Those are the basics during fielding drills. You'd expect the bowlers try to come back because there was time. And also there was a bit of a misunderstanding because the non-striker was looking at the fielder. The ball had gone behind his back. That's the reason there was a bit of a hesitation. Lucky that they're still there. Good running. Soft hands. Good batting.
Yeah, that's the difference between the two. When Stephen Doherty plays with soft hands, it generally goes towards point, down towards third. That's very much an opening batter's technique, whereas Lorcan Tucker manages to find the space between point and that solitary man in front of square on the offside. So it might be something that Stephen Doherty looks at doing, dropping it in that area.
Shot, nicely played. I think this will go to the boundary. Lovely, lovely shot. And it does. Beautifully played. They've been good. First half an hour belongs to Ireland. They've managed to score 34. It's 132 for 5.
After all the trials and tribulations of not really getting the partnerships together, the Irish have done well on first half hour of day 3. 38 runs partnership between Doherty and Tucker. This is the last ball of the previous over. Just comfortable enough, that length and that width to just open up. But still a lot of work to be done. Good morning, Ed Rensford.
Morning, Shamim. We've spent a lot of time together this morning, haven't we? And here we are again for the next 30 minutes. Pleased. I'm quite refreshed by this approach by Ireland. And quite clear. Yes, there's a few balls that will turn. There's a few deliveries that will ask questions. But they've been able to pick up 34 runs in 8.3 overs. But more importantly, out of that, it's been the approach. And for Ireland, they'll be thinking, may it long continue. For Bangladesh, they may have to turn to other options.
Well, at the moment, the options are going in favor of Ireland. That was dragged against the turn. Look at this. Just had to reach for it, and then the sweep. Very, very well played, that one. Against the turn, it's in the air, but he knew there were no fielders that deliberately targeted that area and got himself 4 runs. So a mixture of aggression with some very, very severe attention being paid to the nature of the balls coming at them. Excellent work from these two. So far, they need to take it deeper. Oh, no! That length wasn't quite there, just crept underneath the bat.
This is premeditated, this. He is already in a position early on to go with the sweep shot. It was a lot fuller. And then when you premeditate, on that occasion, the slight adjustment was to go full by Tigel. And it's turn that saves Lorcan Tucker on this occasion.
That's played much better, much more comfortably. 136 for 5. Really? Still trailed by 340 runs, Ireland, but what a session it has been for them. 38 runs in quick time. The bowlers are getting a little frustrated, and that is excellent after the trials yesterday afternoon. It's going to be the youngster who's impressed all and sundry, Hasan Murad. 10 overs, 3 maidens, just the 10 runs, 2 wickets to boot. What can he get out of this third day track? To the crowd around the batter. Slip and a gully forward, short leg.
It cast my mind back to a test match at a similar time last year, South Africa versus Bangladesh at this particular venue. And one of the players that really did come to mind straight away was 𝗂𝗃𝗃. And the way he approached the Bangladesh bowlers. He got 114 off 144 deliveries, 8 boundaries and 2 sixes. But the approach to the Bangladesh bowlers was one of sweeping. And it's on cue on that particular instance. Does it run away for 4? Wait and see. Yes, just trickles into the boundary. But 𝗂𝗃𝗃's innings featured a lot of this. And it asked the Bangladesh bowlers to come up with different plans. This is quite a deft touch because it comes finer and it's more a slight lap round the corner. And this could be a good option for the Irish batters. But we saw in the previous over, when you premeditate it, you get into a little bit of trouble. But when you play it with more conviction and more clarity of mind, it's a shot that can really yield important runs. With that sweep, brings about a full delivery and a cover drive for yet another boundary. Back-to-back 4s.
Excellent work. They've gone into the heads of their youngster, much to the delight of the travelling fans of Ireland. Back-to-back 4s, but look at this one. Just pitched it up closer to the bat and almost a low full toss. And he was nicely into that. Didn't try to hit it too hard. The placement was perfect and really threaded the needle there wonderfully. The 50 partnership comes up. What a good sight on the scoreboard. And this time around, he says, this is a good link delivery. It's in line. I'll just put a dead bat to it. Excellent approach. Talking to Isabel Joyce just before coming on air, I said, the Irish guys, the batters have been listening to your advice in the pitch report. That's another well-played delivery. 144 for 5.
Come on, boys, bowling partnership.
I'll try to get that in. What a marvelous fight back here by Ireland. After really tottering at the end of the day, they've compiled a 50-run partnership between Doheny and Tucker. They seem to be pretty comfortable in the manner which they are just getting the runs. Any opportunities to score, they're not missing out. They've not been really cowed under by the pressure at the start of the day. Well, the Dutch Bangla Bank is the first European joint venture bank in Bangladesh and a pioneer in the banking sector of Bangladesh in terms of customer trust, confidence through transparent and pure banking. The sweep, this time finer, every time it's on or about line of the stumps, on the leg stump, they're sweeping it really fine down to fine leg. That's very, very well done.
A nice looking shot again. Played really well and good control. Yet another boundary. Time for Bangladesh to maybe come up with slightly better. And before this ball was bowled, there wasn't a fielder at short fine or a 45. Now the slight adjustment has happened. That short fine leg has gone into play. Where does backward square leg go? He goes slightly in front. Now where do Ireland play? Do they start thinking about the reverse? Or do they keep playing that shot? But because that player is in play now, it makes you think, how do you play with more conviction? Because before it brings about a boundary, now it brings about risk and possibly just one run.
I think if the option is limited due to the placement of the fielders, you take that single or the brace when it's available. And the length, so much depends on what the length they select. Just outside the off stump, a little short, the forward of square is the sweep option. If it's finer, it's fine down the leg side.
One of the best sweepers of all time was Andy Flower.
Dead ball.
He swept India off the scorecard. Double hundreds galore. Nagpur reminds you of that particular instance where he got 190 and then 240. And it didn't matter what field they set, whether it was a short fine leg, whether it was a backward point fine or in front of square. He stuck to his process because he knew he could play it into the ground and not uppishly. And when he needed to play it uppishly, he did. And when the field changed, he then went with the reverse sweep, even to one point, sweeping with just the one hand.
Well, there has been a hint of turn, particularly from Tajul earlier. And but still, the purchase of the track is not vicious, and that's made it easier for the batters to negotiate. Just get behind the line when it's a tad short and go forward and smother the spin when it's a little fuller. What's that chat about? Well, at the moment, the bowlers, you can feel, are trying different things, and that is all to the credit of the batters in really frustrating them. Some very positive attitude and skill sets. And there you go, once again, not often that you see Tajul bowling that line and giving away a single quite comfortably. 150 for Ireland for 5.
चलो भाई आओ 2-3 ओवर
Look at the contrasting deliveries needed to get the 50s. 88 were reasonable, the first 50, but then they really took their time. The wickets were falling, 149, and then they speeded up this one. Murad, very good from the young man in trying to get some purchase by giving the ball some air. For the lone slip in position now, the short leg, it's still there. Another little tickle around the corner, call for a quick run. The understanding has been excellent. Running between the wickets, very good. Young man will be tested, building up a good partnership, looking comfortable, looking to take on anything loose that comes their way. Got selection, top class. Too close, and a quick run, direct throw might have caused some trouble. It's caused some trouble for the player backing there, hurt him.
was just looking at this particular fielder and thinking, he's ready for the single. On his heels. Maybe a direct hit, maybe gone upstairs, but I think he'd have made his ground. But if he had got to that ball a lot quicker and reacted a little bit quicker as well, it'd be quite interesting to see what a direct hit would have been like. It's evident now that the length has changed and it's become a lot easier now for these two batters. It was a little bit shorter on these two occasions and it's been easily negotiated. So a plan that Ireland have come out with has been quite effective. And that's okay if you're Bangladesh. It's okay. It's how the test match pans out. It's when your opposition can fight back. It's now about how they go about making these changes. I think the field is fine. It's going to be a level of patience. Dry up that sweep shot, dry up the ones that have rotated in this particular over, just 3 singles, but it's good enough.
Well, he's prepared to really take charge on that shot. Look at that. It just really walloped it to the boundary. What a good finish to the over. After 50 overs, it's 157 for 5. Very resolute start here on Thursday for the Irish, putting up 63, and what a nice way of garnering runs.
Yeah, playing with some confidence now. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃. He's got good memories of this particular venue. He's got 100 here. Don't mind that I'm the skipper of Bangladesh because you're playing against the turn, aren't you? Tadjul will continue from the rocket end.
And he's just spearing the balls in. Just maybe the attitude and the approach of the batters have forced Tadjul to keep a tighter line and trying to get on the middle and leg stump. Sometimes he has deviated and allowed the batter to just tuck it away on the onside for runs. This is what the domination of batters does to a bowler, even the quality of Tadjul.
Yeah, I wouldn't say domination, but I would say quite clever. I think we spoke about it at the build-up in the pre-show. It's having that clarity of mind in what you're trying to achieve. Trust me, in the back of their minds, Shamim, these two Irish batters right now are thinking, how long can we keep this going before there's a bit more on offer? What next challenge is around the corner, like a Mahedi, and how he's going to go? Because the right-arm spinner picked up 6 wickets in the first innings. That one wasn't quite played as well as he would have wanted. Missed that. Bat saves him. That goes onto the back leg and possibly onto the stumps.
But Eddie, just on that point, instead of the concerns that you feel that they might be thinking about, wouldn't you say that they'll feel comfortable with what they've achieved? They've gone through the difficult period of the first 45 minutes.
You know, you've traveled a long road. And so have I. You don't get ever too comfortable. You never know what's around the corner.
Oh, yeah, obviously you don't, but you can trust your instincts, you know, trust your skill sets.
I did try to trust them on a few occasions and they got me into trouble.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with you. But I trust these two guys to take them deeper. 158 for 5. Very good from Ireland in really battening down and putting up a fight. And they've lost 5 wickets at the end of day's play. Yesterday, they expect the Bangladeshi bowlers might have more control over proceedings, but Ireland have had better ideas, different ideas, and they're going along merrily at the moment. Youngster Hassan Murad has been forced to change his lengths. Oh, he's gone big time. Now there are open spaces. There's a fielder trying to get to it, but he's not going to manage. Well, throwing caution to the wind, almost landed him in 𝗃𝗶𝗃𝗃.
And this is because of that short, fine leg, Shamim. He can't play it finer anymore because the risk is on offer. So he goes upish, doesn't quite get all of it. Luckily for him, well in front of square, nowhere near a fielder. But you can just see the adjustment in the field. That's now asking questions. Now let's just have a look at the scoring pattern this morning around this great old ground. A lot square of the wicket with the sweep shot, and behind square through the offside. When they've pitched it up, they've taken full toll of that. And then look at the boundaries as well. Oh, in the air again. On 2 occasions now, the ball has gone in the air. Hasn't been played with that conviction that they've shown throughout this morning.
That's a bit of a surprise for me. We saw that miss it a couple of balls back, and then this time he tries it on the offside. Again, the connection not quite there. So Stephen Downey is going to be a tad more careful. Sometimes you lose the focus that you've created and the concentration that's been there. Just needs a reminder like that to get him back right, just like that. Play the ball to its merit. Some encouragement for the young man with 2 false shots. Went in the air. A dot to finish the over. 162 for 5. Bangladesh still trying to make a breakthrough here on the 3rd day. All credit to Ireland. They've built up this partnership of 68. 113 balls. They've looked to be proactive. They've been good with their shot selections. They've been patient when required. They've brought out their skill sets and are starting to frustrate the Bangladeshi bowlers. But still, Bangladesh will be telling themselves Ireland trailed by 314 runs. Can afford to be patient, even as a fielding or a bowling unit. Bide your time, wait for a little mistake, which almost happened on a couple of occasions in the previous over. Oh, good. Quick through the air.
And 𝗃𝗏𝗄 maybe just bowl a maiden here. And he just soak this over out of any runs. Just to propel Bangladesh into some level of pressure against these 2 batters. Because the real feature here, Shamim, is that they've been able to rotate the strike quite nicely.
You're almost getting a wish. Just a couple more balls left, but you're absolutely right. I think that's the way to go. Rotation of the strike has been good, interspersed by those boundaries. So even one maiden over will just start making the batters think. He's pushed back, wasn't he?
And if you look at how he played this ball compared to how he played the previous ball, it just allows 𝗫𝗏𝗀 to get one to react off the surface, and it's a little bit of a thick outside edge. Goes down to the ground, but it's the pressure. It's the ability just to string dots together and allow the surface to come into its own.
And there's your maiden over. 162 for 5. With the spinners bowling in tandem, that over rate is always going to look good. Already 15 before the end of the hour, 64 runs, good going. No wickets. That will create some doubts in the minds of the Bangladeshis.
Yeah, I was just wondering when Mehedi Hassan will come into the piece. And it seems like he's coming from the Dutch Bangla bunk end. And for me, 61 wickets in 13 matches at a strike rate of 39. It's a venue where he is very, very good.
Very good, and almost getting that false shot, hands on head, all around, straight away in a spot of bother. See the reaction behind the wicket. That ball made him change the field.
Yeah, it's because he also gets quite a bit of bounce. So he's saying, well, if he can drive me off a length with that extra bit of bounce through the cover region, all the best to him. If he misses, I can maybe go through the gate, or I bring the back pad.
Oh, he's quicker through the air. Nod of the head appreciation for two good deliveries. First up from Mehdi Hasan Miraj. Najmul Hasan Shanto will be aware of the capabilities and the requirements of the bowler as we see those changes being rung quite often in this over. Wheeler going to deepish mid-on. Maybe a little squarer. So we had that made over from 𝗫𝗏𝗀, 3 dot balls now. And the momentum that was created by the Irish batters somehow being negated here. Just drawing out the runs.
Mehedi as well, complementing that next over. 4 dot deliveries. Something for him to think about. The length has changed. The approach has changed. The field has changed. It's for him now to come up with a plan to this particular bowler. Because the scoring options through the leg side have also been cut off, haven't they? So the reverse sweep, perhaps, one that they need to think about. But this is good, I think, from 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃, just to go down to the inexperienced player, just to say there's one delivery, and I think we've got a mental break coming up with drinks.
Don't try anything fancy, he just manages to keep that out. And it's now 162 for 5. The players are going to take a little rest with a drinks break.
Strong resistance from Tucker and Doheny for Ireland this morning on day 3. Second test match of the Dutch Bangla series. Overnight, the partnership was 4 runs. They've added on 64 valuable runs to that. Makes it 68, the top partnership in this Ireland lineup. And more importantly, they've kept the wickets intact. Have Doheny and Tucker.
Well, they absorbed pressure, but when the ball was in their area, both batters willing to take it on, and that's going to be important for Ireland if they're to survive this partnership in particular for as long as possible. Stephen Doheny on debut in Test cricket. He's showed the mental resilience required, and he's had a good partner in Lorcan Tucker, who's been able to have a quiet word with him on occasion, keep his mind in the game. And they're the 2 top scorers currently out in the middle for Ireland, not out, 41 and 36. And they're going to have to go some if they're going to catch Bangladesh. 476 earlier on in day 1 and 2.
The 4 bowlers used by Nazmuddin Shanto this morning. 3 spinners in Taijul, Murad and Miraz just bowled that solitary over right before drinks. Team bowler used was the 𝗵𝗲𝗀 Choudhury bowling 4 overs. Yeah, 4 of the 5 wickets belong to the spinners here. Starting from day 2 to day 3, one would say it indicates that the spinners would have the greater say these few days. Initially, as you rightly mentioned, Izzy, that Stephen Doheny and Lorcan Tucker absorbed the pressure well. Not only that, at times, you know, overall there was intent. At times there were strokes played also. But we just end the drinks break. Leading to the drinks break, there were 2 maidens bowled by Taijul and Miraz. And then there's this halt. Again, you have to come back in and refocus, maybe reassess your plans.
Absolutely. I think it was clear this morning how they were going to go about things with the 𝗬𝗎 𝗏𝗏. It was, let's see what's on offer. There were spaces, they were able to score and looked pretty comfortable, minus that chance that Stephen Doheny gave. But against the spinners, it's very much about trying to make them think, trying to make them change something. That's been the order of the day, and while there have been risky shots, it's about trying to put the pressure back on the bowler. They have answered beautifully, Bangladesh, with those 2 maidens late on in that first half of the first session. That's how Ireland now counterpunch. The 2 big seamers for Ireland were the 2 coming out with drinks, so I'm not sure what words of wisdom they will have had. It might have been more of a conversation between the 2 out in the middle about how they're going to go about this next part of the first session.
Taijul will continue from the rocket end, slip in a gully. Silly point in place also. That's off that delivery. Stroke of the back foot, and well, didn't seem as quick, did it?
Well, 90 kilometers per hour, but slow off the surface, which is why it kind of caught the inside half of Lorcan Tucker's bat. Back right on the money. Second delivery. That first delivery, a couple of kilometers quicker, but quite short, and maybe just trying to push Lorcan Tucker on the back foot. But he still manages to come forward on this occasion. Shot selection just so important against spinners for Ireland. Deciding when the right time to go back is. The bounce has been pretty even throughout the match so far, but as the day wears on, it might become more difficult to go back even. So Ireland, I think they've got the right mindset, come forward if at all possible.
Bowling, TJ, bowling, TJ.
16 dots now. Streak of dots, add 1 more. And just the basics, try the runs out. 29 deliveries now since the last boundary. They'll be testing the patience of the Ireland batters here. they'd be happy with the start. Again from the inside part of the bat. Squeeze a single out of the last delivery of this Thaijul over. Ireland 163 for 5.
ভালো ওভার ধৈর্য হারাবেন না আমি আসি 80 পর্যন্ত আসি Thaijul I like it like that Thaijul sorry Richard চলো মির্চে Sam can I take off please একটা মেডেন নাও তো
Beautiful, beautiful shot. This great stadium paid so much for Bangladesh cricket, but also international cricket. Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla. And the Ireland batters have got moving on the moving day. Should be pretty content, but still trailing by 312 runs, so a long way to go.
Keep your eyes off the scoreboard, I think, if you're Ireland. Don't be worried about what Bangladesh did. Focus on the job at hand.
Much more positive, but if you're wondering what's going on, just a pause out there. They've just been hit by a earthquake here in Dhaka, Mirpur, and hence everyone just waiting patiently. We felt it too in the comm box. Shaked quite rigorously. We're still here, and everyone out of the dressing room also. Just applying caution, but thankfully, at least here at Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium, no damage done. Everyone seems to be fine. Hope you're fine, is it?
I think I just lost all the blood from my head. That's my first ever earthquake. I think I just stopped breathing there for a minute, but thankfully everyone keeping calm here. The Irish supporters, they're Candy Balbirnie. Andy Balbirnie's mum there. She'll be cool, calm and collected. She always is.
You're just taking evasive measures probably, but at times got to be wary of the aftermath as well. Hence the pause, the prolonged pause. But it's all good and stable now, and hence even the Ireland players making their way back into the dressing room. Looks like, and they came outside initially, felt the shake. Leaders take their places again. Fires in place also. Just hope and pray that everyone else around are safe and fine.
So refocus time for Ireland and for us up here as well. And everything being thrown at these two out in the middle, Stephen Doheney and Lorcan Tucker on the sideline, more focused on conditions than maybe what's going on out in the middle, but a good shot, gave himself room, did Tucker, and oh well, made a meal of it in the end. Unfortunately, 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗃, 4 runs for Tucker.
He played it very late, deliberately. Good wrist work, effort in vain. Probably got stuck those knees and hence couldn't time the effort with his arm to keep the ball from reaching the boundary. 19-4 in this Ireland innings.
I think I was a little bit tough on 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗃 there. The ball had hit the boundary by the time he actually got there, so it was just a nice little tumble for him. Get some practice in case he gets another opportunity to reel one in.
Well, that break certainly did bring a welcome boundary for Ireland. Steady again. 6 runs of this 𝗵𝗂𝗃 over. 169 for 5. The top 3 Bangladeshis have got the most wickets here, test wickets in Mirpur. 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗃 leads the way with 83, 𝗵𝗂𝗃 61, so 2 of them still featuring. Shakib Al Hasan, of course, there in the list in the 2nd spot. So Shanto's using these 2 bowlers, 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗃 and 𝗵𝗂𝗃, getting them to bowl in tandem right before the break. They did maintain and they did ensure a couple of maidens. But since that drinks break, I think again Ireland batters have managed runs.
And it'll be easier to score into the leg side now. No catcher in there, so a little bit more freedom to ease the ball into the leg side. Just 3 over there. A wide mid on, 45 and a deep mid wicket. Oh, that wasn't far away. Just bounced in front.
Just dropped short of Mominal at silly point. Key to that delivery was that 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗃 slowed it down significantly in comparison to the first delivery he bowled.
And what happens then is that you find yourself reaching and pushing the bat, so you can't play with as soft hands. There's the useful inside edge with no catcher in there, no chance to stop the single. They'll be able to mull that over from the other end, Lorcan Tucker. Yeah, with this slow bounce, if you can get that length right, slow it down. And Lorcan Tucker had committed to coming forward, and then because of the pace had to reach for it.
Yet again, the ball getting the inside part of the bat because he slowed it down even more. 78.3 clicks, and then hence the skipper Nazmuddin Shanto suggesting if 𝗍𝗫𝗄𝗃 wanted a forward short leg. They haven't opted for that. More flight on offer, but still on the slower side, as you rightly pointed out. If the batter is proactive and coming forward quickly, he's just trying to slow it down and maybe trick him.
Yeah, change of mindset as well, because just 1 catcher behind and now someone quite tight in at mid-wicket. Able to deal with it, Stephen Doheny. End of another over, 171 for 5.
So well bowled over, smart one from 𝗍𝗫𝗀 from the Rocket end. Now 𝗵𝗂𝗃 from the Dutch Bangla end. Well, just to find the humorous side of things and lighten things up a bit, there's a shake nonetheless, and again, thoughts go out and prayers go out to everyone. Hope everyone's safe and sound. Just makes me wonder if it was a birthday shake. We've got a birthday boy in the comm box today.
Is that a tradition here in Bangladesh? Not the kind of shake he was looking for, I'm sure. Happy birthday to our producer, Deep.
Oh, past the fielder, but doesn't have enough on it. It just seemed like initially he thought of going to covers and then sort of maneuvered his way to go much straighter later on.
A good use of the bottom wrist here, just to beat that fielder is quite tight in mid-off. Innovation from Stephen Doherty. He is an all-three format batsman.
We did mention how 𝗍𝗫𝗀 pulled a few slower deliveries, how gradually slowed it down. 𝗵𝗂𝗃 in this over has been slightly quicker. Yet again, quicker through the air. The outside part of the bat. But they will sneak a single of this. 175 for 5.
চলো টিজে টাইম ঘনে আসছে চলো চলো
𝗍𝗫𝗀 gets the breakthrough. Doherty in despair, is batting so well, but 4 runs before his 50 on debut, he perishes.
Just didn't quite cover the stumps here. Stephen Doherty not backing across, and just the outside half of the off stump. Very much a case of being got out by a bowler who's been consistent. He's probed, and Stephen Doherty well batted on debut, but doesn't quite get the milestone. He goes for 46 from 77. Ireland 175 for 6.
𝗍𝗫𝗀 yet again, one more time. Outfoxing, straightens and shapes away enough. Get past the outside edge of Stephen Doherty. Stumps rattled. Gets his second and breaks that partnership of 81 runs between Tucker and Doherty.
I think if you're going to get out, and nobody wants to, you want to get out to a good delivery. That was an excellent delivery. Drifted in, turned away, and now Andy McBride comes out. 6 down Ireland. They need the best of their second top run scorer.
Yeah, the way the game was proceeding, it seemed like it had to be a mistake or something special. Indeed, a very, very good delivery from 𝗍𝗏. Oh, got him through the gate. 2 in the same over. McBride has to go.
Starved of wickets in the first session, but then 2 and 3 deliveries. It's hit the footmarks here, I think. That's a sharp turn, slight gap between bat and pad from Andy McBride. And, well, if your technique is found wanting, you'll be found out by 𝗍𝗏. McBride goes for a duck. Ireland in trouble now. 175 for 7.
Jordan Neal, sure he was waiting, padded up, but he has to come out pretty quickly. Early days in his career, and that's because 𝗍𝗏 has struck twice in 3 deliveries.
Just a slight gap, and afterwards he makes the correction, but too late. Andy McBride has a quick look to make sure, yep, that did just happen. Yep. Just about enough space between the bat and pad for the ball to fit through. Andy McBride, a spinner himself, appreciates good bowling, I suppose. So Jordan Neal, second test match. He was preferred over Barry McCarthy. He's got to show that it was the right selection with bat in hand, because that's presumably why he was the one selected out of the 2.
He started off with a quicker delivery, 𝗍𝗏. Getting better off Tahani in the first delivery. Even quicker in the second delivery, didn't get a wicket. Third delivery slows it down. Hence some turn. Also kept low. Now that one straightens. That is a very, very sly. Again, quite slow.
Oh, this was the last delivery. The previous one much slower. Sorry, much quicker. That was much slower. So Jordan Neal has to get to grips with the changes in pace he's going to face out here. Double wicket maiden for 𝗍𝗏 Islam. 175 for 7 Ireland.
It's 2 wickets away in becoming the highest wicket taker for Bangladesh. 𝗍𝗏 Islam needs 1 to equal Shakib Al Hasan at top. Now Miraz from this end needs to bowl a tight over as well.
A good outcome, I think, for Bangladesh as a whole. Single there. And Lorcan Tucker down the non-striker's end. They get to bowl at the youngster, Jordan Neal. How he played in the first test match was taking the game to Bangladesh. He was pretty successful. 30 and 36 in those 2 innings. And he was the one who, what was going through his head when he was dismissed in the final ball of the day's play. Day 1 in that test match. Good fielding, excellent stuff. That will help. They're up and about now, Bangladesh, and 2 wickets in and over. The previous will do that for you. They're all ready and waiting now, because they do feel, I would assume, they feel that chances are going to come the way this young man plays.
quicker. He did bat well. He did get some important runs in the first test, crucial times. But that footwork of his would always keep the spinners interested, and hence Miraj is trying to bowl quicker and onto the stumps.
And I mean, I mentioned it before, but was that a length that you should be going back to as a tall young man? Questions asked. Good awareness on the leg side, good grab, good practice, you'd say, because I don't think this is much of a chance.
They do sense that something's got to give. Mominul with the left-hand grab. Bowling well. 𝗍𝗫𝗀 was very, very sly from the other end, using variation of pace, difference in angles. They're actually complementing each other well, Miraj and 𝗍𝗫𝗀. Positive. Result 2 will be positive for Ireland. Jordan Neal off the mark with a boundary. Ends the 60th. Ireland won 80 for 7. That tells the story. Such has been the case in the first test in both the innings as well. The top order not firing, not converting. The resistance has mostly come from the lateral middle order. Imagine if on top of this there was some runs at the top. Ireland would be in a much better spot.
It'd be great if everyone could just score a century, wouldn't it? This is the 4 that Jordan Neal got off the mark with. Just fell into the trap of trying to bowl too quickly, I think, on that occasion, Miraj, and then the line not there. Give him any width. He is good off the back foot. Grew up in Cape Town. Learned his cricket and hard, bouncy wicket, so he will play well for those short deliveries outside off stump. They need to test his front footwork.
Off closer. On the money.
And this could be a setup from 𝗍𝗫𝗀. Quicker, a little bit short, pushes Neal onto the back foot. Now expect a slower one, full, try and get him to go back again. Certainly not going to go down without a fight. Jordan Neal taking the attack to Bangladesh. Unfortunately, that's often what spinners like. They want you to take them on. They see then there's going to be an opening.
Now he finds the gap. Looking for the second. Fielder does well. Just having a look at the field right before Jordan Neal faced that delivery. There was no fielder in the boundary. No fielder. I think that was the trap. Trying to tempt him to go for the big shots, maybe. Now it spreads. Lorcan Tucker comes back on strike.
Spot on. Absolutely tempting him, saying, look, if you're going to take us on, all you got to do is get it over quite a tight infield. Mid-off is slightly deep. But even for Lorcan Tucker, only square leg is out. Everyone else in, saving the single, trying to keep him up down that end, and successful from 𝗍𝗫𝗀. Ireland 182 for 7.
বলো মিরাজ কেবল 7 ওভার করছো ভাইয়া ডান্ডা ডান্ডা করো ভাইয়া
Ireland still trail by 294. Taijul among the wickets. He's picked up not one but two. Here is Miraj in the attack. Andy McBride missing out. A good fight back, 81 runs, the unbeaten batters. Tony and Lorcan Tucker. When they lose one, now they lost another one very quickly. So Jordan Neal will have to play a similar kind of role what Dhoni did on debut. You okay, Eddie?
Yeah, well, as well as to be expected. Atta? I took a brief walk. But all okay. Yeah, Bangladesh had to find a bit of rhythm with the ball, didn't they, after that partnership that you've just spoken about. And it's come courtesy of Taijul, who's bowled quite superbly. But the thing about Taijul is that he's unrelenting. He'll keep coming and coming at you. And if there's just enough there for him to work with, he'll make your life quite difficult.
সামনে পায়ে খেলবে না সামনে পায়ে খেলবে না এটা খেলায় দেখা মিরাজ একটা সামনের পায়ে খেলায় দেখা
Yeah, spin from both ends. Bangladesh feel that they can trouble, the spinners can trouble the batters. Down the wicket, not in control. He's lucky, could have easily missed it, and the keeper, 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 would have done the rest. Right smile, pat on the back, taking his chances here.
Just picked up a little bit of flight and he thought he could get nice and close to it and access the leg side. A little bit of variation in the pitch makes him lose his shape. You look at it now, 91 runs here for Ireland to get to and avoid that follow-on. 185 for 7.
Yeah, 98 for 5 when they started batting, and both the unbeaten batters, Tucker and Dhoni, added important runs. 81 was the partnership again. This time it's Jordan Neal who's picked up his second boundary. A loose delivery from Taijul Islam gets the treatment.
Yeah, just the width allows him to access the offside. Smart with the feet, forward press, transition of weight, and punches it through the offside for a boundary, which have been the feature of Ireland this morning. They've been able to find the boundaries on quite a regular occurrence.
They need to be a little bit watchful here because again on the back foot, but it just got a little bit quicker on him. You mentioned about the boundaries being scored today, 11 fours today. Just thinking whether that has struck the pad first.
Ireland have just the one review, with Bangladesh with the 2 reviews. Have a closer look at it. Yeah, no pad there. I'll be wondering what the conversation would be with these 2 batters. O'Neill looks as if he's one that wants to play the big shot. He's just looking like he's itching to get one away. Doesn't look as compact as his partner on the other end, who was literally been quite consistent this morning.
He's not going to miss out on deliveries like that. Similar deliveries, similar result. We need to tighten the line on length title Islam.
The length there is what allows him to play the shot, because it gives him so much time on the back foot, and it's played quite well. Yeah, he knows he's got it wrong on that occasion. Got to challenge him on the front foot. Challenge his defense. Don't give him too much time to decide what area of the ground he wants to pick up runs.
Oh! 93 for 7. 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗀 making an impression one more time. Remember, on debut, he picked up his 100, and that was against the same opposition and at the same venue here in 2023. 37 and 108 was his contribution with the bat. And once again, he's shown how to bat on this surface. He's batted very well indeed. 46 of 103 deliveries. Now what he needs is support from the other end. Again, on a shorter side from Mehdi and Miraj. And again, nice piece of timing. So with that boundary, he picks up his 50. His 4th 50 in Test cricket.
Yeah, and well appreciated by the teammates. Support that has traveled to Bangladesh. And he's played quite splendidly. A real feature on whether to go on the front foot or whether to play it off the back foot, where to pick up boundaries. And it's quite fitting he goes to his 50 in a boundary on that occasion. Yeah, he's been at the peak of his powers. And it also just gives a reflection and a reference to the Ireland team on how to play on this particular pitch. The way he's gone about his business has been quite simple, but very effective. A key component has been his defense, really, I think, because that has caused the batters out there, along with 𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃, to have some sort of confidence on this particular pitch, and the bowlers. But it's also made the bowlers think about lines and lengths.
And he still has a job on his hand. He needs to remember that. He just needs to just keep batting. Important for Jordan Neal also to ensure that he can somehow manage to bat the way, especially Dhoni batted. 75 dots. He's been good in defense. Again, use of the feet, this time down the ground. It looks like he just wants to play a few shots here. With that boundary, 200 up for Ireland.
Not going to die wondering. He's going to play his shots. He's not going to allow the bowler to settle whatsoever. But the key thing here is that he's made up his mind to play a few shots. He's not going to be caught up in two minds.
Nine in that over. 202 for 7. So the lower order getting their act together with the bat. Unbeaten 51, really good from Dhoni, who was looking good for even a bigger one. Bowled by Taijul Islam for 46.
Cholo, TJ.
Down the leg side, well fielded. It was good, wasn't it? 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 played some nice looking shots on the offside. Very good. Then he brought out his sweep a couple of times when he picked up boundaries. 3 times. It was much straighter. The shots selection was spot on. On the leg side.
He's played nicely. Where the areas that he's capitalized on. All round, really. Behind square, in front of square. Boundaries. Either side of the wicket, hasn't been afraid to go down the wicket as well. Maybe the cover region sort of put that shot away. Those have been his plans and his scoring areas or his scoring sectors.
Yusuf, looking at him, the way he has handled himself in the middle, Jordan Neal, most of the occasion he's on the back foot. Or as my fellow commentator just mentioned off air, that or he goes down the wicket. Again off the back foot. I just also feel that he's bowling a little quicker here. Taijul Islam.
Everything off the back foot, and then he thinks, well, can I take a waltz down and try and find the boundary? So on this occasion, he's had 4 dot deliveries, everything off the back foot. Where does he go now? Tries to go on the front foot and play the drive. It's a thick inside edge. Ends the over, 203 for 7.
Right, Hassan Murad who only bowled 3 overs today. Was the pick of the bowlers yesterday. Pick for bowled 10 overs. I think it was 2 for 10 yesterday. See what he does here. Oh, looked at this and the umpire unmoved. Is it sliding down the leg side?
He's got 2 reviews. They're having a conversation, but one of the things I just noticed in the corner of my eye is that Lisson Das didn't really go down the leg side. They're sort of mid-stump, and that's possibly why they've gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm, I'll try it, please. Sam, stand by, waiting for outrage. Keep rolling nice and slow, nice and slow. Yeah, keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Roll up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact till 9. Wickets umpire's call. Samuel, stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Make a signal, please.
Close, but not close enough. So retain the review.
I think that's the key there, is that there was thought that the stumps were in play. How much of the stumps is that reaction right on your screen right now? And then clap of the hands here by the skipper, so they keep their review. And Tucker will be thinking, well, maybe just got away with one there, could have played it slightly better.
Good ball, Murad. Lovely bowling.
Important, so important for Ireland, especially this pair, to just hang in there. 10 minutes or so for lunch. If they can manage to hang on, it'll be really good for Ireland. Most 50s for Ireland in Test. Lorcan Tucker and Harry Tector, 4 apiece.
Good ball, Murad. Good ball, Murad. Great bowling, Murad. Top bowling, Murad.
Ireland will be quite happy with this session if they don't lose another one, to get over 100 runs and reduce the amount of runs they trail by. That'll be one aspect they'll be quite pleased with. The next aspect they'll be quite pleased with is the approach by Lorcan Tucker, who played nicely for his 46 on debut. So a lot of positive talk will be in that change room. End of the over, 204 for 7.
partnership 29. He's been very good, especially in defense.
I did want to ask you, Atta, just for a brief moment, what have you really enjoyed about Tucker's approach this morning? What has stood out the most for you?
It's the defense. He's been rock solid in defense. His approach has been very good. He's played to the merit of the delivery. But if you have a rock solid defense, then you will score runs. And he has an idea or two, because he already has 100 at this venue when he came in 2023. Goes behind the line of the ball. He's had a good measure of what the surface is doing, which is so very crucial. He's been outstanding.
I think he also sets up a bit of a template for the rest of the batters on how to play on these surfaces. And you're right, that defense has been superb. It's been quite clear. Come back to 𝗏𝗂𝗫𝗫. It's been good.
The T20 squad probables are here to watch this test match. Rishad Hussain on the right, extreme right, tall right arm leg spinner, Ridhoy, Shamim, Chauhan, Wahdi Hassan. And just having a look at, probably would come on for practice sessions here at the academy ground just behind us. Jordan Neal also been impressive. It looks he's taken some risk. There you go again, and he's taken on Hassan Murad, and he's got away with it because there was a fielder at mid-off. It was aerial in that direction, but not too close.
Yeah, because he's so new to Test cricket and international cricket. Jordan Neal, you just want him to play, don't you? Allow him to play his natural game. I think if you start maybe complicating it for him, that's where he'll be caught in two minds. And so there'll be levels of experience that he'll pick out from this particular innings, but he's allowing himself to make contributions. 24 of 34, and these are crucial runs, lower order runs that complement the total that Ireland will end up on.
Bangladesh wouldn't mind that, because maybe, just maybe, this can be the last over before lunch, or maybe there will be another over. So if he plays shots like that, and if he gets out, then they'll rue the fact that he was attempting to play that particular shot. But if it goes to the boundary, it goes safely away, no problems. So does he really need to take that kind of risk at this stage of the game? Lunch, just a couple of minutes away. Too close to cut, but he attempted to cut that away. He's looking to score. Living dangerously.
আরেকটা মাইরা দেখা তো
208 for 7.
Change bowling, guys. Left arm round.
Yeah, it's been a good session for Ireland. They've added 110 this morning. They've lost only 2 wickets. And 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃 has been very good.
Just wanted to have a look at his interception points, and this is a great graphic. Look at how resolute he is when he goes onto the front foot, and then look at how resolute he is when he goes onto the back foot. There's no sort of in-between there. And that's been a key feature. And we'll look at the runs scored. Happy on the front foot, happy on the back foot, and then also accumulated the dots. And then this is another feature that he's also added to his batting. Been able to play the sweep short, been able to play it fine or in front of square.
Yeah, it sets up a really good example for the rest of the batters to keep a close eye on how you need to bat. And doesn't look to be in any sort of hurry. I think that is another key feature of him, which has allowed him to go and just bat. He doesn't really look to score quickly or look to score runs. Just waits and waits. And if there's an opportunity, then he finds himself in that flow of scoring runs freely. Very good from 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃. Right, this could be the last over. Will be the last over. Jordan Neal is on strike. Really don't know what's going on in his mind. He needs to face 4 more deliveries. He's played few shots, even in the last over.
What's for lunch? Can't wait to tuck in. Got to get past 4 deliveries here for Mominal. Well, that'll be one thing. The other thing will be, oh man, a pat on the back. I've got through that session. It was tough. I enjoyed it. He's having dessert before lunch.
Yeah, the 𝗃𝗃𝗃. One of my favorites. Right, 2 more deliveries to face. Ireland still trail by 265, but they need another 66 runs to avoid the follow-on. Solidly defended away. Will be last ball before lunch. That 81 partnership set it up nicely for Ireland. They're still quite a long way away from that total that Bangladesh have put. And it is lunch. It's 211 for 7. Ireland will still trail by 265 runs. But they have a partnership in the making. They have 2 batters, especially 𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗃, who's picked up his 4th Test match 50. Has looked solid. With him is Jordan Neal. Has taken a little bit of rest, but is still there unbeaten. They've added 36. 24 for Neal, 56 for 𝗃𝗃. 211 for 7 at lunch.
They'll be quite pleased with that. More importantly, they've added important runs. But even more importantly, one particular batter has found a method, has found a rhythm on the surface, and he stands out on 56 unbeaten. Debutant with 46 off 77, important as well. And then the lower order batter adding runs. Partnerships, there's one that sticks out, that one of 81 off 150 deliveries. This one still in its budding phase, but 36 off 63. The bowlers, 𝗿𝗵𝗺𝗺 and Mominul are the only ones not to pick up wickets, but 𝗿𝗏𝗀, he's picked up 3. Murad has picked up 2, 1 apiece for Khalid and Miraz.
Yeah, with the unbeaten batters, overnight batters, Kohli and Tucker came in and played few shots. Initially, there was that only chance of the bowling of 𝗵𝗺-𝗂𝗪 to I feel to grab onto it. Also an opportunity for a run out. Direct hit would have been curtains. But since then, they batted beautifully. Lovely shots on the offside. We spoke about the sweep shot. Eddie, it looked impressive.
They played it really well, whether it was in front of square or behind square. And then they also used the depth of the crease pretty well, picked up length until this happened. It was a beauty, really. There's not many batters that would have kept that out. And then someone that can stick was also dismissed. Staying low, and then Jordan Neal come out and also picked out a method on how to score on this surface. Well appreciated, this partnership and the return they've got this morning. The summary, Ireland still trail by 265 runs. They're 211 for 7. How many more runs can they get to make Bangladesh bat again after Bangladesh put up 476 with history made courtesy of Mushfiqur Rahim. Well, this session, 113 runs, 31 overs, 2 wickets at over 3.5 runs to the over. Session 1 is done. We'll have lunch and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back. We're live from 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃 Stadium, second test match of the Dutch-Bangla series. It's the post-lunch session here. All set for that. So, two batters ready to come out. Have a look at the batting card. Balbirnie and Sterling, 5 wickets down yesterday. Didn't really get the runs today. Loughton-Tucker has been very good, and good support from Neil. He's got 24. They've built up a partnership of 36 so far. We'll have a quick look at the fall of wickets. Paul Sterling was the first to go, and trying to just get a move on in the process, being got pretty much in front. Then the skipper at 63, the second wicket down, Andy Balbirnie. The young man was delighted. Right in front, trying to play across the line towards 𝗂𝗍𝗄𝗽, was got pretty much in front. And then Curtis Camphor was the next to go. Another scalp for young Hasan Murad. Big appeal up on the finger was Harry Tector's wicket. Those are the 5 yesterday. And today at Jaffa, wonderful delivery from Tajul Islam. And a couple of balls later, right through the gate of Andy McBride. The 2 wickets have fallen in the pre-lunch session, the first session of the day. But Ireland can take a lot of credit in the manner in which they have fought back after being 5 down at the end of the day's play. Showed a lot of resilience and temperament, and now young Neil and the little more experienced Loughton-Tucker making sure that they have a decent post-lunch session. We're all set to go for that, and have the pleasure of having Isabel Joyce alongside. You must be pretty pleased and relieved with what they did pre-lunch.
Yeah, look, there were 3 deliveries in there that Ireland didn't manage well. Those were the 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. But then Jordan Neal has come out. He's been positive. He's backed his skills and his ability. Ball 1 to start. And Loughton-Tucker, he will have been disappointed in the first test. He made a start, particularly in the first innings. But he's gone on to make another half century. Wickets shared around there for Bangladesh. I suppose the only disappointing thing, the main disappointment for me, is Stephen Doheny having put in all that hard work to get that Jaffa and be dismissed on 46. That will be a disappointment to him not to get to the milestone. Very popular guy around Irish cricket, and I think back home everyone will have been pulling for him because he's had to work very hard to get this first test match. So it would have been just reward for that hard work he's put in and about in the wilderness for a little while. He did get some opportunities last year, but that was because of Loughton-Tucker getting a concussion right before a one-day series against South Africa. He didn't make the most of that opportunity, so he would have been hoping to stamp his authority in Test cricket.
That's a nice-looking shot, but cut off by the fielder at point. As they'll go through this over, just having a look at what Hasan Murad is doing. We saw the fielder at short leg earlier in the over. Has now come to silly point. And there's the little change, the subtle changes being made here by the skipper. Oh, in 2 minds. The ball seemed to have died on him. Well, it's been a good tight over so far. But Tucker and Neil really need to just make sure that they don't give the advantage. Push and run. Direct throw might have been touch and go, hands on head, but he's safe. And the over is done. 212 for 7. Two centurions, Mushfiqur Rahim in his 100th test, and Lieutenant Kumar Das coming back amongst the runs, have put on 476. McBride, excellent 6 wickets for him. Have a look at the last ball of the previous over.
Yeah, Loughton-Tucker, he was kind of jogging, cruising at the beginning there, didn't account for Murad getting across. I actually think he might have been okay. 𝗃𝗀𝗃𝗃, but if he plays it into that gap again, he needs to get a move on a little bit quicker.
Nicely backed away, half a stop there. Doesn't stop the single though from coming, but that's the effort you need in the outfield, making sure that the batters are not given any freebies. Khalid Ahmed might have hurt himself in that attempt to stop the ball.
Yeah, the big man got down, but he doesn't look comfortable afterwards. His bowler will appreciate the effort. Maybe needs a little bit more of a warm-up.
चलो ताजा
And that was the arm ball quicker through the air. He's varied his pace and line very, very well.
Stephen Doheney, well, he came out this morning and questions asked straight away of his technique. And he's been found ready. I think the innovation as well, how calmly he went about things. When he was offered forward deliveries, he was in a position to take them on as well. I think that's the key. If you are in a good position, yes, you can play the defensive shot, but get the length that you're looking for. Get a slightly poorer delivery, and you've got to be able to take advantage. And that's exactly what he did this morning before he got that excellent delivery that sent him back.
Yes, that was virtually an unplayable ball, a ripper from Thaijul. Two slips, forward short leg in position.
So there's a look at how he's played things. He's played nicely and in front of him, hasn't given the ball too much time to turn. This one's closer to him on the back foot.
Now. Talking about going on the back foot, he did back away. Very fortunate. Put out his bat, but no touch.
Well, this is what he wants, Tigel Islam. He wants to get Jordan Neal confident, comfortable playing on the back foot, and then slightly fuller, hoping for the edge. And well, anything could have happened on that occasion. And well, the young man keeps it out on this one. 1 run from the over, 213 for 7.
So post-lunch, it's going to be Ireland just battening down. Be very watchful. Thaijul is spinning a web around them. Just the two left-arm orthodox bowlers bowling in tandem. We saw just prior to lunch, change effected from both ends. Mavinul for the last over, but prior to that, Mehdi Hasan Miraj. He's not afraid to give the ball some air. Like the way he tries the variations. Very confident young bowler. He's had success and is always prepared to emulate Tigel Islam, who is doing it from the other end.
Not offering any scoring opportunities to Lohkhan-Tucker. Going very full to him, so difficult to sweep. That's been the way that Tucker has attacked Bangladesh so far today. Oh, first time down the pitch.
God, that was a bit of a surprise. So mostly allowing the ball to come on and struck in the knee. That must have been painful. Just underneath that, shimmy down the wicket, just not quite getting to the pitch. Oops, oh, that hurt. Get the magic spray out. And this is closer, but it's gone past the bowler. Made an effort to stop it, just possibly got the fingertips to it, but a single nevertheless.
Just shows how 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 is thinking on his feet. The sweep shot taken away from him pretty much by that length that Murad is bowling. So he's opted to use his feet, but not chase a boundary. He's just punched it down the ground and then created that ball outside off to punch for the single.
Neil, very good. It just squats down, lowers his body and comes back into line and helps himself to a single to finish the over. 215 for 7.
আমারও মনে হইতেছে এদিকে খেলাবো না এদিকে খেলানোর দরকার নাই মানে ওই জায়গায় করো
215 for 7. We see Taijul continuing. Sprinkling of crowd here. Friday the holiday. Watchful, knowing that he can just surprise you with that extra turn and bounce. Best way to go. I think they've negotiated the balls very well, seeing the release from Taijul, trying to discern what the ball's going to do. Making the Bangladeshis wait, getting to cut that trail by some runs. Make Bangladesh bat again. They're 261 behind at the moment, Ireland.
Now Jordan Neal just having a look at how he plays off the back foot there. Very clear he's trying to get that front pad out of the way. Nice and low, but once he tries to on the front foot, it hasn't looked as assured. His front arm disappears. No top elbow. Have a look at his bottom hand here coming through. Top elbow disappears as he tries to access it with his stronger bottom hand. Plenty to work on for the youngster, but he's been impressive.
Here has his initial trigger movements seem to be the backward press with his right foot. The balance is there, but he has to recover quickly if the ball is in the good length area. So there's little things that soon work out. There you see once again the balance on the back foot, not quite sure of the length.
Enticing with the flight there, Taijul. Brilliant bowling, because he knows that Jordan Neal's sweating on this front foot shot. It's just not the length for it, certainly not with that technique. Up above the eye line, and Jordan Neal can't help himself. If he's going to play that way, maybe coming down the pitch is the play, but long off is out. Well, about 15 yards off the boundary. Maiden over, 215 for 7.
215 for 7. They carry on after lunch. Resolute in defense. Haven't really tried to keep the scoreboard moving, and that's understandable. Sure that the bowlers work for their wicket. Make them work, make them sweat. That's the beauty of Test cricket. It's just that there will be phases in play when you'll have to give it to the opposition. Just bide their time and hope that you can come back. Got to be patient as a bowler. I'd like to, I know Taijul is capable of wonderful things. I'd just like to see the attitude of Hasan Murad. Now that he's not getting the success, how he adjusts to the situation.
I'd like to see the right arm spinner come in, Raj. Be good change, especially against Neil. Tucker just works it to the leg side for a single. He's staying patient, trusting his partner. I think it's important for Lorcan Tucker to focus on what he's there to do. Yes, he can speak to Jordan Neal, but trust Neil to look after his own side of things. And as long as Lorcan Tucker's there, he's 60 not out right now. 28 singles, and well, they've run well as well. 1, 2, and a couple of threes. 6 boundaries have been useful for him to help him to that 60.
So very low, and he makes impact with the ball. You're talking about trusting Neil. I think he's done a grand job after 2 quick wickets, coming back, scoring 25 of 54. 5 boundaries. Down the wicket, didn't make the requisite contact. Very, very lucky. Inside edge, and is still there. 216 for 7. Very crucial partnership between Jordan Neal and Tucker, 41 of 93. Lucky escape in the last ball of the previous over.
I just wonder what enticed this. I think it's got to be he decided before that delivery he was coming down no matter what, because there was nothing about that said, hey, come down and hit me. Certainly not with that shot. A sweep shot I could have understood, as Lorcan Tucker takes a single off the first delivery once more and exposes Neil. A sweep shot, you know, if you'd seen that coming and said, okay, it's continuing to go at the arm, that would have been the attacking shot maybe, but down the pitch there is nothing that called for it.
Huge risks taken. He's very fortunate that it just managed to get the inside part of the bat and squirt away safely. Sometimes it's funny how things work in your mind. Sometimes you premeditate to take the attack back to the bowlers. In the process, you might land yourself in trouble. But so far, his shot selection has not been bad at all. Odd moments, he seemed a little flustered, a little too early in his shots. Tucker, on the other hand, has been very good at selection of shots. Imperative that this partnership grows to bigger proportions. That deficit, 258 now. Nicely done.
He's got a great temperament, Lorcan Tucker. Difficult being a wicketkeeper batter. You can't understate that. Think how long Lorcan Tucker was in the field with the gloves on. Also, for periods of time, Andy Balbirnie off the field, so he takes on captaincy duty in that time. And now he's out there for Ireland with bat in hand and takes supreme concentration.
Yeah, bat in hand, and also the effort to recover from a mini collapse early yesterday. So showing all his prowess and his temperament overall. Massive application. He's got the skill sets, but under duress, it's not so easy to produce them. 218 for 7. over rates have been brilliant. 90 overs on the first day with 4 wickets, 3.24 run rate, almost 90 on the second, and not going too badly on the third. A couple of wickets, 11 wickets on the second day. So today, excellent from Ireland, restricting Bangladesh to just the 2 wickets, clawing back, recovering the situation. Well, this is the Dutch-Bangla Bank series. The Dutch-Bangla Bank is the first European joint venture bank in Bangladesh and a pioneer in the banking sector of Bangladesh in terms of customer trust and confidence through transparent and pure banking. That's the field. See the close-in fielders, couple of them, their slip and a silly point. Neil rocks back, plays it away into the deep, and it's going to go to the boundary. That is placed so very well. Ample time to put it where he wanted. Excellent shot.
Well, he read it beautifully on this occasion. Got deep in the crease and makes full use of those long limbs to power it through the offside. Just about misses that man in silly point to help himself to 4 more.
How does Murad react to that? Boundary of the first ball of the over. Young man coming in, second test. Drifting down leg. There you go. It's playing on his mind. He's got him more runs. I don't know if there's a touch on with the bat or the pad. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Which is wise. Didn't touch anything.
A rare overcorrection on that occasion. Slightly too short and a bit of width for the 4, and then went down the leg side on that occasion. So you were asking Shamim, what's his mentality going to be like, Murad, when he's been starved of wickets today? Maybe searching on this occasion.
It'll come from experience, understandably, and these are little learning curves. Always isn't going to be a smooth ride. You're going to come up against tough opposition, batters with sense of purpose. Prepared to take you on now. That was close. He scramped for space. He followed the batter and he just managed to get some bat on it.
50 partnership up with that risky shot from Jordan Neal. Where is he taking this from? That leg side and into, did that hit the foot? Have a look, I think so. Najmal Hossain Shanto might have a bruise there tomorrow. It's taken some pace off though. Probably saved 2 with the boot. But maybe Jordan Neal could just restrain himself ever so slightly.
Exuberance of youth. Say that about the bowler too. 2 youngsters playing so early in their careers in this wonderful format of the game. Tussle going on, cat and mouse, each trying to get into the other's brain. On this occasion, you see, just gets a little bit of fingertip. No, I don't think so. Or maybe he did, but the non-striker was well in, so no questions. $226 for 7. Well, that 51 unbroken between Jordan Neal and Lachlan Tucker will gladden a lot of Irish hearts. Slip of the tongue. Well, there you see the supporters of Ireland. Really, they'll be relieved with the situation.
There's Lachlan Tucker's dad, Barry Tucker. an administrator in their club, Pembroke. And he's got 3 sons, all of whom play. Daughter as well. Fianna Tucker, very promising cricketer, but doesn't play anymore.
Reminds me of another Irish cricket playing family. I wonder who.
Well, there are a few going around, so you'll have to be more clear, Shamim.
I think you know who I'm talking about. Isabel, you and your twin sister, your brothers, all playing for Ireland.
Well, there's the Balburnys, also have 3 sons, all of whom play. Andy, who's played for Ireland, but Jack and Harry also very good cricketers in their own right. Well, someone I haven't mentioned so much the family of is Jordan Neal, actually, because he's cousins with Elena Tice, now Elena Neal, married, and Elena Tice played cricket for Ireland. Very promising leg spinner, and she actually played in the World Cup right here in 2014 at the age of 13.
Age of 13?
And in fact, sorry, she debuted, I think, before that at 13. She was 15, I think, by the time she got here. Somewhere in and around there, very young anyway. And she now plays hockey for Ireland, so very, very talented sports person.
Versatile sports persons in Ireland. A lot of people play different games at a pretty high level, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something that's encouraged, is to play a couple of sports. Don't specialize too early. I'm talking of the O'Briens, for example, they're a very good hockey playing family. Kevin and Niall, both good hockey players. Their older sister, Ciara, was an international hockey player for Ireland as well. So there's a lot of crossover between the 2 sports, more so probably on the women's side than the men's. Changing the field as Islam tries over the wicket, catching mid-wicket, and the short leg comes across into City Point.
Oh, hit me if you can. Really looping the ball up. It was pretty close to the batter. Not quite getting underneath that one.
A tempter. Well, that field has just been put in there, and it's just dried up quite a fruitful area for Lorcan Tucker. Dot to finish, 228 for 7.
Door resistance here by Lorcan Tucker and Neal. Jordan Neal have done well, 53 of 111. That's how it stands at the moment. Ireland trailing by 248 runs. Done well today. Deserved the result of some dogged resistance, showing temperament, showing some skill sets. That little, almost a crouch before he hits the ball with a lot of power. Ah, this is excellent stuff. Somehow generates from a position where you don't seem that he's hitting it too hard. Hit it away for a delightful boundary.
Good strength here from Jordan Neal, bit of flair as well. Look at that at the end. Style. I think he was pretty pleased with how that went, and it just kept running away, didn't it? It didn't look like he'd hit it that hard, but that finish at the end just added that extra impetus required for the boundary.
Oh no, induces the inside edge with the arm ball, playing for the turn. Still surprised that Najmul Hassan Shanto has continued with Hassan Murad. As you said, nor expected to have Mehdi Hasan Miraj in the attack, just for the variations, if nothing else. Similar kind of bowlers from either end gives you that little bit of extra sense of security. Play similar kind of ball, not that the quality of the two are the same. One a youngster still learning on the job, and the other veteran who knows all the tricks of the trade.
Good ball, Murad. Good ball, Murad.
I think if I was the Bangladesh camp right now, Miraj is the one I would see getting the better of Jordan Neal. I think that the way he would play for turn, it could just induce the outside edge. And it's all about trying to get the other man out. Get one more batter out, get Jordan Neal, and Lorcan Tucker will, I would think, start to take on the bowlers. He's still with a recognised batsman in Neal.
Oh, he's solidly behind that, very confident of the line of that delivery, and also reading the length well in going forward, putting a dead bat to it. Tucker is just sticking around and playing the ball to its merit, which is excellent. And this time down the leg side is prepared to sweep fine, but finds the fielder at fine leg. Does not get any runs. 78 overs done, 233 for 7.
Still holding strong, and so are the Ireland batters. Tucker featuring in the second 50 plus partnership today. We see Ibadur Hossain Chaudhary warm up. There's 2 more overs till the new ball is due. Just an indication, and also situation of the game suggests Shanto will take it. Seems like a no-brainer, as Mominul is in to bowl his 3rd over here. But yeah, some resilience from Ireland here. Lorcan Tucker yet again making good memories here in Mirpur.
Yeah, it's a good approach, really good, solid approach, and they're putting up a fight. It started from the morning with that partnership of 81 between Tucker and Doheny. They lost 2 quick wickets, but since then, again, this partnership, as we speak, they've shown a great resilience, and they found a method not just to hang in there, but to score runs also. So very important. Partnership now 58. It's been a very good one.
Also just around 40 or more runs away. Avoid follow on. That one did keep a tad bit low, but he's playing to his strengths, isn't he? Jordan Neal again off the back foot.
Yeah, we saw him before lunch taking a few chances, but he's shown that he is more than capable of handling himself in the middle. When you see a batter coming in spin-friendly conditions, team from overseas, they too tend to struggle. But they found themselves an answer how to deal with spin. It's been good so far, 235 for 7.
Yeah, there's this partnership of 81 of 150 deliveries between Tucker and Dahani, and then Tucker carries on. Continues with Jordan Neal. Be Hassan Murad from the Dutch Bangla Bank end. Oh, starts off with a gem of a delivery, bit of an appeal from 𝗵𝗺𝗀𝗃 behind the stumps for stumping. Going upstairs is Richard Ellwood to Ahsan Raza.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Your best angle for stumping, please. Yeah, foot is still grounded. Still grounded. Still grounded. Then bails removed. Foot is still grounded inside the crease. My decision for big screen is
yeah, it is an excess pay not out. The back foot was firmly on the ground, well placed. Again, the full side catch, it was the call. Finds the gap between the fielders. Good run from Tucker. Will get 4.
The runs keep coming. Now the partnership with that boundary is 64. This is the best 8-wicket partnership for Ireland in Test cricket. And it happened when they crossed over 50 runs in terms of the partnership. Not afraid to play a few shots here. And spot on in terms of picking the right deliveries. This time, bit of a slog. But it still fetches another boundary. See, that's what I was talking about. If you're eyeing to play again and again, then you might just find yourself in trouble. Again, goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Your best angle for stumping, please. Yeah, foot is in the air. Now foot is grounded. Still grounded inside the crease. Then bails removed. Satisfied. My decision for big screen is
Dutch Bangla Bank decision pending. Nexus pain not out. Quite evident there, but twice in this over it has happened against Tucker. So interesting battle between Murad and Tucker. In play, brings out the defense. And more often than not, Murad has preferred to keep it slightly slower. Just that first delivery a bit quicker, tad bit quicker. He's taken the pace off again and asking the batter to come forward and go through with the shot.
At times it can be frustrating for the bowlers. But you still have to keep yourself calm. Yes, they've found themselves a method to score runs and also good in defense. You just have to be patient enough to keep a little bit more pressure by bowling dot deliveries. 239 for 7.
Yeah, new ball on offer at the end of 80 overs and straight away. Nazwarstan Shanto has opted for that. Just mentioning that earlier on, and pretty much a no-brainer, as the spinners have toiled hard, doing the bulk of the bowling here on day 3. We've seen him warm up earlier on the overs. He goes again, and one standing behind him, Khalid Ahmed. We're yet to see him with the ball in hand on day 3. The one who got the early breakthrough yesterday, Khalid Ahmed, 1 for 30. Maybe he will join in from the other end. But it is the Sylhet Rocket. He's going to start proceedings with the new ball in hand from the Rocket end.
Yeah, he's the one who actually created one chance, and that chance was not taken in the slip. That came from the bat of Stephen Doheny. Was bowling on 12 and he went on to score 46. It's been a good outing for Ireland, make no mistake, because so far they've faced 42.1 deliveries, just above 42 overs. And they managed to score 141 runs. In this session, they haven't lost a single wicket, but they've lost 2 in that per session. So it is a good fight back, good solid fight back.
It's nicely timed. Very good timing, runs all the way from the bat of Jordan Neal. Moves towards his 50, he does, goes for 4.
Yeah, he played that nicely, didn't he? There's hint of movement, but he was in control. Delicate touch. Just opening the face of the bat and create that gap between that slip and gully fielder. He picks up his 8th boundary.
Goes full. Played well again. Interesting when we were looking at that graphic. First session where 31 overs were bowled. It comprised of 113 runs, Atabhai, and altogether in all of the sessions till now, that has been the most potent in terms of runs. I think the head curator of Bangladesh Cricket Board, Tony Hemming, and Mr. Wadiul Alam Khokon here in charge with his team. Their work should be acknowledged. It's a very good surface, and there's a bit of everything for both batters and bowlers.
Yeah, I came across Lichun Kumar Das after the end of the day's play yesterday. And the first thing he said that really good surface, not just for batting, but also for everybody. There's something in for everyone. There's a bit of a turn, there is bounce. And it was the bounce that he especially mentioned, that conversation that I had with him. And he kept on saying that once, as a batter, you understand the bounce, and if it's even, then we can back ourselves to play a few shots. And that has been the key feature of this surface. He was really impressed. He got 100. So did Mushfiqur Rahim. And you can see the effort, even today, from Ireland batters. They've been very impressive. Leaves it alone. 244 for 7.
And if you have been listening to us and following commentary and the game, those numbers reflect that. Runs and wickets. Pretty much everything. This second test match of the Dutch Bangladesh series between Bangladesh and Ireland. It is, as we often call it, the moving day. But Lorcan Tucker in particular has refused to move away. Has been adamant to be in the middle. Oh, going for the big heave is the youngster Jordan Neal, and that too looking to play against the turn.
Well, we've seen this in a couple of overs earlier from Tucker when he tried to play a similar kind of shot. It really went after it through the kitchen sink. But very first delivery from Taijul Islam. He replaced Hassan Murad. Maybe we should just take a little bit time. I know he's batted well here. You don't want to throw it away here. 45 of 76. Just want this partnership to continue to blossom to a big one.
One of the key to Neal missing that first shot, of course, he was trying to overpower it, but also if you have a look at the speed, the first delivery was 77.1 kilometers per hour. Now, it has been the trade of Hassan Murad, who's been on the slower side, but I'm sure Taijul has come in with a plan.
The runs of come quicker. 45 of just 78 deliveries. The boundaries did help him to go in the pace that he has managed to score runs. But there's so much time left, and the dressing room, the Irish dressing room will be hoping, and the fans back home will also be hoping that he just stay calm in the middle.
Yeah, he did get a couple of starts back in Sylhet. Got out in 30s in both innings. So much better in that respect. Can continue. Yeah, keeping a close eye. Well bowled, slightly flatter, but well played as well. He moves on to 49. Looking to get to his first 50s. Jordan Neal spoils the over. 2 for 8 for 7. Yeah, Stephen Dahani just missed out, barely, at 46. Jordan Neal, well, hit a boundary of Taijul to get to 49, now just one away. He made the most of the quicker delivery bowled by Taijul, enjoyed it.
That has been the key feature of his batting. Onto the pads, he'll pick up a single, but Jordan Neal has been very impressive. He's hardly missed out on picking up a boundary. Every time he's tried to attempt to play a big shot or trying to go a little bit more aggressive, he's picked the right one. Just one away from his test match 50.
Oh, looking to get to it. Throw from Ibadat. Well, wasn't on target. Shanto not happy with that.
He was a goner. All he needed to hit the three stumps right in front of him. 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗂𝐽𝗍𝗃, the bowler, grabs it with his left hand and a wild throw. Nowhere near, miles away. Lucky, unlucky for the bowler.
It's good to see 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃 walking up to him, having a conversation, and you see him be all smiles. Well, yes, he can have a laugh about it now. We've heard the nervous 90s, almost feels like the nervous 49 here.
Yeah, he was desperate to get that single run to get to his first Test match 50. Now that's the reason why I felt that he needs to stay calm. It's the nerves, Shamanoi, nerves. Getting ready, getting all set again. Would have been hugely disappointed if that would have gone on to hit the stumps, because way out of his crease. Good reflexes from 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗃. Grabbing that with his outstretched left hand on his follow through, and then missing the stumps.
Well bowled, well bowled. Just having a quick chat with 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗃 this morning, and you know, seamers in particular, both 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗃 and Khalid opted to be more accurate, bowl more stump to stump, try and take advantage of if there's any weakness in footwork and against certain batters. Oh, that rose up in the air, fielder underneath, taken. Mominul takes it. 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗃 gets his first, but he doesn't. Jordan Neal, feel for that guy, but he has to go on 49.
The second new ball does the trick for Bangladesh. He got himself crammed up. I just thought maybe he was caught in two minds. Play it or leave it. And before he could decide that, it was a top edge. So credit to 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗃 to produce that delivery, the surprise element. Very disappointed. He has to walk back after a well-played 49. Jordan Neal, Ireland 8 down for 249.
Yeah, debutant Gavin Hoey
2 balls left in this over.
comes in to bat, the right-handed batter. Well, not really known for his batting prowess, but just mentioning how 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗃 company have bowled stump to stump, bowled quick, and then this one got this delivery, bowled it short and got it to rear up on batter and surprise him.
Before he could, actually, it came on a little bit quicker. Nicely played. Nice way to get off the mark. Poor work in the deep for Hassan Murad. I think he's pulled that one back nicely.
Good effort from Hassan Murad in the deep. So it will be runs, just a couple, but that wicket from 𝗍𝗲𝗀𝗃 Chaudhary was his 150th first-class wicket. Well done. Looking for his wicket. First one this Test match, so making the most of the new ball. Last delivery. Wicket taking over. 83 gone. 251 for 8, Ireland. 𝗏𝗀𝗽𝗃, the lone warrior. Couple of 40s, gave him good company. Tahani and Neil as well. Just couldn't cross over the line to get their half centuries. Gavin Hoey, the debutant, off the mark already. Taijuls used all his experience, varied the pace, but he's been so accurate and so consistent with his lengths in particular. On to his 34th over. It's truly made the batters wonder, and got the wicket in the wicket of Tahani as well.
On good lengths. Maybe the Taijul this innings has been very accurate. And that's the reason why the batters have stood out also. Yes, he's managed to pick up 3 wickets, but it's not been easy. It's not been easy for someone like Taijul Islam to pick up wickets at regular intervals. He had to work really hard because there has been a better approach from the batters, playing that particular kind of shot on a consistent basis. That has stood out from the batters from Ireland.
When you say that, Adabhai, just links me to the conversation I was having with Ed Rainsford yesterday. And also a quick chat with Mushtaq Ahmed, the spin bowling coach of Bangladesh, of course, Pakistan spin bowling legend, of how the great bowlers in this format, the strike rates. A bit of an appeal. Onto his 34th over, so they bowl longer periods. Mushtaq Ahmed also mentioned the analysis we saw showed the lengths. There are slight differences. It's the pace we mentioned, and at times changing the angle a little bit. Very consistent with the length. This one keeping low. Good bowling. 252 for 8. Wickets apiece for the seamers. Ibadat getting his first in the previous one he bowled. The first one with the new ball. The second new ball was taken. Yet to see Khalid, maybe a couple of overs. We get to see him in action with the ball in hand also. For the set, 𝗏𝗀𝗃 on strike. There's a slip in a gully. A short mid-wicket. That's what you can do, you know, when you look settled, you're confident, you're on song, the opposition reads it, slip, just one there.
And they've gone past 250 now. An important time for Bangladesh to break that partnership and also picking up a wicket. Good thinking from Ibadat Hussain. I don't think Jordan Neil was anticipating that. And it looked like he got crammed up because the ball came a little bit quicker than what he was expecting. The ball hitting the bat before he could play the shot. So really good from Ibadat Hussain. What about Tucker? That's usually has his way of approach against seam and spin. Defending. 150. First class wickets for Ibadat Hussain, so congratulations to him. He's been impressive.
sliding down the leg. That he has been, and the wicket-taking delivery in particular, it was a short ball from 𝗵𝗺𝗀𝗃 Chaudhary. You had a good look at the surface this morning. There's a bit of green on the surface as well. There are cracks. And also judging by the field, there's a deep square leg in place, but Shanto placing himself at short mid-wicket. Makes me wonder, there's a short ball coming. The question is, when? If he can surprise the set lock in Tucker. Maybe rattle him up. Attempted, half-hearted appeal.
When you have those two fielders, a deep square leg and deep fine leg, then there is a message for the batters to be and weight of the back foot. But having said that, the bowlers surprise you, not with the short pitch delivery, but with also bowling a little bit fuller. Catching the batter off guard. Didn't rise that much. So you have to be very, very careful and watchful as a batter.
Yes.
And he's going for it. Second time he's tried to play that thing. Since he's gone fine, so he'll come back for the second.
Your point. I think what's surprising both 𝗵𝗺𝗀𝗃 and maybe the batters as well, is on a couple of occasions now we've seen him attempt the short ball. It didn't rise up as much as you mentioned. But that too doesn't always augur well for the batters, because you don't know if it's going to rise up as much or not. Seen the odd one. Rare up on Jordan Neal. Comes with the last delivery. Happy to let it go. Well left, good leave. Overdone. 254 for 8 Ireland, and it's time for drinks.
.254 for 8, a little break for drinks in the middle. Tucker and Hoey playing nicely, but it was Tucker and Jordan Neal who built up a very good partnership. Jordan Neal in particular was very impressive. They came in and a period of play when you saw a lot of deliveries, played a lot of dot balls, but he was ready to take the attack to the bowlers, not shy of playing the forceful strokes, whether down the ground or square of the wicket, in the air on occasion, but he was pretty much balanced at times. He just squats down once in a while, and this is the one that surprised him with a bounce. A good catch taken. Nominal did well, and 𝗵𝗺𝗀𝗃 got his wicket. The 3 for 74 from the veteran Tajul Islam at a very parsimonious economy rate of 2.18. Couple of wickets for the newcomer Murad, 1 for Mehdi Hasan Miraj, and 1 each for the two pace bowlers. So how it stands at the moment, Bangladesh with that 476, quite a big total with a couple of hundreds from Litton and Mushfiqo. And then they really faltered yesterday afternoon, but recovered wonderfully well today. Ireland in reaching 254 for 8, thanks to a wonderful effort by Lorcan Tucker. 70 is still going strong. Good support from Dakhni and Neil. Ireland trailing by 2 runs. Just about taking their time. It is not as hot as we've had in the recent past. Just things cooling down. Still the players taking a deserved rehydration out there, as I'm joined by Ed Rainsford. Eddie with 222 behind. Ireland will be looking to pick up those 22 runs and make sure Bangladesh bat again.
Yeah, I think Bangladesh would bat anyway, even if they had to bowl them out prior to those 22 runs. But I think psychologically, and I get where you're coming from an Irish perspective, to just push back, right? To say, you know what, we still have a fighting chance in day number 3. I'm not talking about the whole test match. I'm talking about today, day number 3, being 5 down overnight. Bangladesh would have had expectations. We may have had expectations. The crowd may have had expectations. Ireland would have had expectations, and I think they haven't quite exceeded them, but they've ticked a couple of those boxes and said, you know what, we're in here and we're going to bat around one particular batter, that being Tucker. 70 off 167 deliveries. Unfortunate for the young man Jordan Neal, who'd have gone to his first Test 50, but didn't. But a job done nonetheless. How long can they keep going? 2 wickets in hand. Drinks are done as we enter the next hour just before tea.
And it's going to be started by Khalid Ahmed, who's got a wicket, 1 for 30 into his 7th over now. Hoey on strike. Pitches it up, drives it sweetly, a fumble. It's going to allow them to take possibly more than 1 run. Yes, couple of runs for the taking. It's not what you want. You want to keep your focus going. Won't be too happy with that effort, Ibadat Hussain.
The other side of the coin is that, see a little bit of a misfield here, that Bangladesh shouldn't be too disappointed. Your opposition is allowed to play better. Your opposition is allowed to play your spinners better and test you. Oh, uppish for a moment. And in testing you, it then asks you, as the team that's had a control over the test match, to find different solutions to how Lorcan Tucker has batted. Focus on Tucker for a moment. 70 off 167 deliveries. $106 of 204 deliveries. That 214, that's for Mushfiqo. Is that an edge? Is that an edge? Oh, yes, it is. I think it's Hoey. Yes, it is. He doesn't shake the head. He nods the head.
And that's the strike that Bangladesh were looking for. It's happened again after a break. Just a little tentative with that attempt. And his partner says, I'm not going to go for a review. You can walk back to the pavilion. And this is fiery from Khalid. Look at this. Just getting the feather on it. Big appeal from the keeper. There was a sound, and the dreaded finger went up. He was elated. Khalid Ahmed all pumped up, and the 9th wicket has gone. It's young Hoey who has to walk back after just scoring 4 runs. Gavin Hoey is back in the hutch. 256 for 9. Matthew Humphreys in as the last batter for Ireland. All he needs to do is just fend off at least the next 3 deliveries and give as much of the strike back to his partner as possible.
Have a look at the dismissal again. It's a good delivery, isn't it? It's good because it draws him onto the front foot. And there is the spike. And it's in and around that 4th stump region, so you have to play.
Oh, he's keeping it pretty tight with the new batter in. Could try and replicate that ball just about the 4th stump.
As I was just making that point on 𝗏𝗂𝗪𝗏 and how he's played, it shows glimpses of what Mushfiqur did as well to get that 106 off 200+ deliveries. And this is what this surface requires. Absorption of pressure, time. You're not going to get 100 off 120 deliveries. Your strike rate is going to be around that 55, 50, at best maybe 65.
At the moment, the onus is on Humphreys to make sure that he plays out the next ball, because Lorcan will have to change his tactics now. He's running out of partners, wants to get a few quick runs before the innings folds up and try to retain as much of the strike as possible. Just hoping that Humphreys helps him in that cause. Two slips on a gully waiting for a little nick. Not interested. Well left. 256 for 9. It's Tucker holding things up for the Ireland team, and is just going to be forced into maybe playing some few more aggressive shots, but Humphreys the last man in, and try to also at the same time retain as much of the strike as possible. Get closer to that deficit. 220 runs the deficit now. Backs away nicely into the deep. He seems to be content to take a single.
Yeah, I understand that Humphreys can bat. So he's having some belief in the young man. And also, the thought process is just to take as many runs as possible for Ireland and work their way through. And this is what they've done today. They haven't really played in a negative mindset of protecting one end or keeping one particular bowler out. They've just played the situation and allow themselves to work into the innings. That's what they've done today. 113 runs in the first session and 46 so far in the second session.
Taijul Islam with the second new ball into the 7th over of the second new ball. He likes bowling with the newish balls, despite the fact that there's a tendency for the spinners to try and bowl with the older balls to get some more perches off the wicket, more abrasive balls to grip onto, get some more revs. What he does so very well is bowl it quicker through the air. At the moment, not making a deliberate effort to really give more revs on the ball to get perches, basically depending on a tight line and length and a variation of angles.
Yeah, with Bangladesh been in the field now for 86, now nearly 87 overs. Ireland with just the 1 wicket in hand, you'll be thinking about them approaching their second innings. the final ball in this over. Carry my thoughts into the next over.
We'll wait for your thoughts in the next over. It's 2:57 for now. So the timings of departures: 41, the first one, second 63, 79. They're good partnerships low down. And the best partnerships, I understand, maybe we'll confirm that later. Thrice the 7th wicket partnership has worked for Ireland in test matches. Oh, hello. Taking a little walk down, trying to take on the bowler. Exposed his intentions a little too early. Khalid Ahmed, equal to the situation, did manage to just bowl it outside his range.
Yeah, you mentioned it. His approach would be slightly different now, trying to get those runs as quickly as possible. Maybe get him close to 100, but more importantly, just runs. That's exactly what Ireland require. Yeah, my thought regarding the state of the game right now is that Ireland have approximately been in the field with bat in hand now for nearly a day. Lovely shot, but not great fielding. Look for a third and they will pick it up. So with them being almost at the crease now for almost a day, Bangladesh then go into bat. How long do Bangladesh need to bat? Because now it's an equation of time. Ireland have been able to show the opposition that they can survive on this particular surface. Yes, the conditions may start changing, but that's an uncontrollable. What they need to start thinking about is what is enough runs and how much time do we leave Ireland, or how much time do we leave ourselves to bowl Ireland out. We'll enter day 4 tomorrow.
I think that'll all come about with the deficit at the end of this innings. And also, you're absolutely right about the time, which is, they've got to work it out, not the easiest thing to do. And the manner in which Ireland have come back. And then you also have to take the wear and tear on the wicket, the ball turning square on the 4th and the 5th day.
If it does.
I think it will. I think we'll definitely be more purchase. Maybe not sort of really troubling, not sharp turns, but definitely more angle, degree of the turn will be a little more pronounced on the 4th and 5th day. Whoa, trying to ramp it.
You also got to think about Ireland improving with their bowling, and that perhaps Bangladesh don't come out and get runs as quickly as they would have wanted to eliminate the time factor. So you've got to think about that as well. They've improved with their batting, and you almost think that perhaps they'll improve with their bowling as well. So maybe runs don't come about as quickly, and so you have to take a little bit more time to get another 200, 250. And the reflection is on Logan Tucker's 74 for 170, Mushfiqur's 106 of 200 plus deliveries when the batting conditions were probably at their best.
Well, that's a very, very good take. It is always going away and it would dive and tumble. Well done, Liton Dash, appreciated by his captain. Because it could have gone for some runs, but you can see the venom in Khalid Ahmed. 2 balls back to back, trying the short pitch delivery, and he ducked under. Periscope was up, but away from the line of that ball. He's got to survive another delivery. Been there for 11 balls. Matthew Humphreys. And survived. What's Khalid Ahmed going to come up with next? Oh, straighter, induces the edge. Ball, well. Thank you very much. He'll claim that was intentional. Doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. 264 for 9.
এদিকে একটা বাইরে লাগবে শরীফ ভাই বাইরে চলে যান সাদমান কাভারে আসো জয় পিছনে যা
Just falling behind by 212 runs. Grand job. Ireland 264 for 9 have really fought back well today. They'll be more relaxed. Want the last pair to take a few more runs. Edgy shot that one. The last one as next ball. And you're talking about the faith that Tucker has on Humphreys, prepared to take single of the very first ball of the next over.
Yeah, like I mentioned, he can bat, so allowing him to get into his batting, for him to find his own method, and more importantly, to build another partnership here for Ireland. Can they stretch it out perhaps until tea and not lose another wicket? Wait and see, about 35 minutes before tea, 36 minutes. It'll feel longer than that when balls like that start turning.
Yes, indeed. Just drawing him forward. Just grip, turn, everything except the edge. Oh, he's gone into reverse gear. And he's paid the price. What about that? Reversing the shot, trying to be a little fancy, and in the process is hold out, and that is the end of the Irish innings at 265. Trying to be innovative. Humphreys has to take the long walk along with his partner.
Taijul Islam is now the joint highest wicket taker in Test cricket for Bangladesh with that particular scalp. It's a good catch. I can understand what he's trying to achieve, but he has to go, and it brings about an end to the Irish innings. Matthew Humphreys gone for 4. They end up on 265 all out. Lorcan Tucker unbeaten on 75. But for Taijul Islam, joint highest wicket taker in Test cricket. He joins Saqib Al Hasan on 246 wickets.
Well, what is he going to decide? Is he going to enforce the follow-on? Is he going to come back and bat again? We all reckon that they're going to bat again. That's been the trend in the recent past, even with the opportunity to enforce follow-on. This is what transpired for Ireland. Balbirnie and Sterling opening up. Got a few runs, but not really make it into big numbers. Then there was a sudden demise, a few quick wickets. 5 down yesterday. Then today, door resistant, good temperament, good fight back. Tucker and Doheny initially, and then youngster Jordan Neal joining in with Tucker and putting up a good total eventually. 265 is what they put up in their innings. The bowlers can be pretty happy with what they've achieved. You just heard from Ed that it's 4 for 76. Taijul, the top wicket taker. A couple of wickets for Khalid Ahmed, a couple for Murad, and a wicket each for Ibadat and Mehdi Hasan Miraj.
Yeah, the final 5 wickets, 171 runs for Ireland. But let's go through the wickets. The first one to go, Sterling coming down the wicket. And then his partner followed him next. Murad picking that up. That was Andy Balbirnie. And then Carmichael, Mehdi Hasan in his first over had to go. This is a beauty. Maybe could have covered it a little bit better on that occasion, Curtis Kempfer. Next, Harry Tector, Taijul, Chief Destroyer. The debutant tried long and hard for his 46 and then had to go. Next, Andy McBride. One staying low, going through the gate. And then the young man, Jordan Neal, 49, got one to rear up. Didn't play it as well as he should have. Hoey was next, outside edge from Khalid. And then Tajul Islam wraps it up, removing Humphreys.
So that's how it stands at the moment. The match summary, 476. Bangladesh with the two Centurions, Mushfiqur Rahim and Liton Kumar Dash. McBride 6 for 109. Standout performance with the ball for Andy McBride. And Ireland looking to just get as close as possible to that Bangladesh total. Have managed 265 in their innings, with Tucker playing wonderfully well for 75 and still not out. Ireland trail by 211 runs. Well, play is going to resume very soon. We're going to take a short break. We hope you'll join us for action very soon.
Hello and welcome back from the 𝗃𝗵𝗴𝗃 National Cricket Stadium. And Ireland, after some resistance, have just been bowled out by Bangladesh. Done well, but in the end were bowled out for 265, having batted for 88.3 overs. With Lorcan Tucker, the lone warrior, standing tall, unbeaten on 75, played 171 deliveries. Well, got company in Dahani and Neil, but nothing much more of significance. 265, they're all out for, having batted for 88.3 overs. Have a look at that, 125 deliveries, is batted dots. Well, all the main bowlers among wickets. Tijul, the pick of them, 4 for 76 for the left-arm spinner, being the top wicket taker, joining Shakib Al Hasan in this format for Bangladesh. Couple for Khalid, 1 for Ibadat, 3 among the seamers. Murad chipping away with 2 and Miraz getting solitary wicket. Well, they just needed to score 12 more runs in order to avoid follow-on. Either way, I think after that fight, since the morning on day 3, I think it was quite evident that Bangladesh would like to have to get to bat themselves, and that's what they're going to do, as they're leading by 211 runs. Mushfiqur Rahim in his 100th Test match, scoring his 13th century. Leighton Dash with an elegant knock, top scorer, 128 of 192, and a massive total of 476. But Brian yet again doing well. 𝗃𝗵𝗴𝗃 with a 6 for 109. And in response, Ireland bowled out 265, not without a fight. 𝗂𝗍𝗄𝗃 Joyce alongside 𝗬𝗎. Again, must be really proud of the fight the Ireland lateral order, particularly Lorcan Tucker, has shown, particularly this morning.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Good afternoon, everybody. And well, I just have a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth because of that final wicket. Matthew Humphreys, I just don't understand the thinking. It's not like it was a rash shot that just came upon him as the ball came down at him. He had to particularly decide beforehand, that's what the shot that I'm going to play. There was a fielder there, and he had a set batter, an out-and-out batter at the other end. Your job is to stay with him so he can play those shots. I hate to see the not out beside Lorcan Tucker when it's been thrown away. Haven't had much time to warm up. Bangladesh getting the eye in. But yeah, I mean, there was plenty to be happy about for Ireland in terms of batting in today so far, but that last little bit, I think if you're to pick on one part that wasn't maybe optimal, that was it. I think if I'm going to choose best part of the day, it was when Stephen Doheny and Lorcan Tucker were out there together and just played with confidence, played within themselves, and great temperament between them. And then, of course, Jordan Neal adding the excitement. Generally is exciting. Things always happening. You can't really look away when he's out there in the middle because so much goes on while he's out there. And I would love to know what the Bangladesh players feel about him. Is he frustrating? That's 3 innings now where he's kind of taken them to the sword. 30, 36, 49. Will he better it once again in the 4th innings? Yeah, Bangladesh opting to bat again, and no surprise, they don't want to be the last to bat on this surface. It has held up pretty well, but 2 more days left to come. Mohamed Al Hassan Joy, 37 innings, 4 50s and 2 centuries to his name, and of course we were treated to that 171 in the first Test match.
Surely were, and along with Shadman Islam, they provided their opening stand of 52 in the first innings of this Test match. 7 50s and 2 100s for him isn't very good touch. Is Shadman Islam as well. Well, it's Jordan Neal from the Dutch Bangla Bank end. Here we go. Goes full. Here about the 5th stump. But I was just listening to you, Izzy, regarding that bad taste. Just half an hour away from tea. I think that tea is going to refresh things up for you as well. And for Bangladesh batters, they just want to bat out the half an hour and be as safe and sound as possible.
Yeah, look, I suppose for Ireland, grab a couple of wickets early here, put pressure on Bangladesh before that break. Nice shape for Jordan Neal. We saw it in the first innings early on. He had the new ball, got it to swing away a little bit. Then he slightly gave it away by bowling a couple of short deliveries that probably too soon in his spell, maybe. This is better than his first delivery because forcing the shot, that's what you want. Maybe a little bit on the shorter side, a little bit fuller would be better. Give the ball more time to swing. You combine the first and the second deliveries, it would have been great. Maybe on the third ball.
Much better. It's combined the first two, but it looked like you actually stole words from my mouth, because I actually liked the length he bowled in the first one. Much better on this occasion.
A couple more inches towards the stumps and he'll be right in the money. 2 catchers in the slips, a gully as well. 3 fielders saving 1 on the offside. Fine leg on the boundary, quite a square mid-wicket and a mid-on as well. So traditional field.
Over pitching. Yeah, just a couple of deliveries, good, but you don't want to try too many things early on, do you?
No, and I think that's why Ireland have set this field. They're trying to say to Jordan Neal, look, bowl a good length. If you're going to air, maybe air fuller rather than shorter. So they've got that extra man in the covers to try and cut off any drives. What they don't want is them to drop it too short. The field's not set for that. So with the 3 catches in, I want him to, with this new ball, try and make best use and see if they can get an early edge.
Back of a length, forcing Joy to play it on the back foot.
Yeah, look, I mean, speaking to Barry McCarthy earlier today, I was saying, well, you know, why weren't you playing the game? He said, just not picked in the team. Jordan Neal preferred to him, and you can see why, I suppose, with the runs that he scores, not just today, but in the first Test match. But in terms of taking early wickets, we saw how valuable Barry McCarthy can be in the lineup. That second innings, 2 early wickets. Subtle change-ups, especially for a seamer. He was able to nip those early wickets that Ireland needs. Edged gone past Andy Balbrenny's outstretched hand. Well, we'd been calling for it. He got the edge, but it's found the boundary. Bangladesh off the mark. 4 for none.
That's it. Boys.
Bangladesh off the mark. Last delivery of the previous over, but not in a very convincing manner. It's an opportunity. Oh, he did manage to get some fingers on it.
Well, there's that bounce. We were promised extra bounce. New ball is when you're going to get it, and maybe too close. Andy Balbrenny, so difficult on a surface like this to decide the distance away from the batter that you need to be. Ireland opting to go closer, and Andy Balbrenny just didn't have time to get the hand up, but as a catchable height, Matthew Humphreys will bowl the second over. The Humph, as he's known.
Oh, from the outside part of the bat, and a lot of noise around the batter. The runs of the bat again. And again, not played with a lot of conviction.
Side of the bat, where was he trying to put this? Into the leg side, leading edge, and that's definitely not where that was meant to go. A scream from Matthew Humphreys saying, why didn't I have a fielder there? Good question, young man. That's his own field, so he's only got himself to blame. But things happening here for Ireland. The question is, can Bangladesh ride out this wave of pressure? Bullion or second slip really for the right-hander.
Oh, nowhere, Holmes, nowhere.
Well bowled, on target.
In the toilet, Holmes, come on.
I think just onto the second over, 8 deliveries bowled and ready twice. You've spoken my mind, is he? Keeping low, keeping low. But yeah, I just want to bring up the topic of playing Barry McCarthy. And with all due respect to Jordan Neal, because he's played and scored important runs with the bat, that too late in the order. Maybe, you know, it reminds me of certain spells Barry McCarthy bowled in Sylhet, which were quite impressive. Maybe could have been quite instrumental bowling with the new ball, particularly as you know, even on the first day, Ireland were bowling.
I feel like it was a selection made guessing Ireland were going to bat first. But anyway, look, Jordan Neal's the man who's got the spot. Had a chance go down in the first over, so good signs for him. It does slightly feel like the Bangladesh pair out there in the middle hadn't quite woken up to the fact that they were batting. More focus now. There's nothing that will focus your mind more than a chance going down when you're out there in the middle. The problem is if the chance is taken and you find yourself on the sideline going, I don't even remember concentrating. So it's focus on the task at hand, get your mind in the game, but they have been in the field for a long time. Switch over their mindset very quickly.
Oh, looking to play hard. Very unusual of Mahmudullah Sanjoy. Ends the over. Bangladesh 9 without loss. Bangladesh 476 in the first innings. In response, Ireland 265. Bangladesh now leading by 220 runs.
Pace right off this delivery, and it induces the big shot. We saw plenty of that when Jordan Neal was out in the middle. Oh, what a beauty that is. Neal, he enjoyed it. He's enjoying his baptism into the arena of Test cricket. It's just his second match in the format.
Well bowled, ideal delivery, and particularly against the left-handed batter. It was Mahmudullah Sanjoy who took most of his first over. You know, often you're doing well in one subject motivates you to do better in the other. You know, you set your own standards. Oh, in the air for a bit. Wasn't too far away from Jordan Neal, was it?
He's one of the taller guys out there, but manages to bunt it over him, does Shadman. Odd shot this is. Yeah, just falling over. I think that was the problem. He was falling towards point to try and make sure he made contact. He had to just poke the hands at it there. Play it out in front. Played it out in front enough that it got over the bowler, but didn't go through and get caught at mid-on. So everything going his way. Feel like something's got to happen here.
Keeping low. I think, you know, Ireland have taken a leaf out of Bangladesh's book. And the way Humphreys bowled in the previous over, and now Jordan Neal going about his business. Yeah, speaking of, as I was saying, you know, those performances with the bat that he did well, Jordan Neal, might just help him get into his rhythm with the ball in hand.
I did wonder where you were going with that. I thought we were talking about the batters, but I'm glad to hear it's actually about the bowlers. Loving seeing their batters back out in the middle. Too short. That's too easy. He's been waiting on that, has Shadman. And Jordan Neal, all that pressure he's just built up, handed it back to Bangladesh. Easy boundary.
That just takes me back to my interview with Heinrich Milan, the Ireland coach. Going to prolong that period of good deliveries, be more accurate on a regular basis. Back of a length. Before that, he was bowling so well to Shadman. Those kind of deliveries he's not going to miss out on, especially when he's in good form. Shadman Islam made the most of it. The second boundary in this innings. This one played with much more conviction. Oh, going to play that ball again.
Brave bowling, I guess. To wait until after the ball gets past the batter to say it, but a lot more bounce on this occasion. Still short, but he threw the shot too early. Did it hold up in the pitch? It's hard to know why Jordan Neal opted to bowl that delivery. He's managed to get away with it, but the young man needs to go back to what worked well in the first half of this over, his second.
Better. Just one boundary in this over. 13 without loss. Bangladesh using to ask Ireland to follow on, come on to bat. Lead now 224. Question is, how much would they prefer to have on the board? Ask Ireland to come and chase. Humphreys from the rocket end. Coming around the wicket to the right-handed batter. As we have observed, the trade being, you know, most of the batters who've scored runs, particularly in this test, scored most of their runs square of the wicket this test match.
Well, for Bangladesh in particular, and against Matthew Humphreys, who's operated a lot from this end, you didn't see that shot very much from Ireland. Paul Stirling is incredibly good at it, so he only needs a small bit of space, but by and large, Tygel and Murad kept the stumps in play almost all of the time. So Ireland weren't given those easy singles out to deep point.
One more reason to conclude that Ireland have taken a leaf out of Bangladesh's book. I think Tygel did a lot of the bowling from this end this morning. Right before he was given the ball, Humphreys to bowl the very second over in this innings. I think Andy McBrien had his cap off. I was just wondering if he was keen to bowl, or maybe Valverde asked him. Maybe they were in two minds, then later decided to give Humphreys the ball. too close to cut.
That's an odd shot, wasn't it? I think he wanted to cut it and then thought again, looked to bunt it leg side, not a great contact. So I'm interested to hear what you say about Andy McBride with his cap off. You'd imagine you know coming out who the two bowlers are going to be. Another short wide one. Work to do in the deep for Hoey, but it's just a single to close out that over. 4 gone. Bangladesh 16 without loss.
The Bangladesh top order did most of the heavy lifting. 2 innings they've batted so far in the 2 test matches. That's the same of the top order again. Ideally, want them to fire, get runs on the board, while their bowlers get a bit of a rest. Find a suitable time to ask the opposition to come on, chase the target.
How many will they want? How long do they bat for? That's the question. They want to leave long enough that Ireland can't just bat till the end, but they also want the runs high enough that Ireland don't have a chance. So it's a delicate balance.
I think at least 200 more. Again, 400 plus 450. Of course, you don't want it to be too high. You want to keep it realistic so that Ireland think, okay, do bat well, there's a chance, there's an opportunity, so that leaves the game wide open.
Yeah, so I mean, if you do your maths, I suppose we're nearly at tea. Bangladesh generally scored about 90 or 100 per session in the first innings. They go in and around that, maybe a little bit less because the pitch is a bit older. You'd imagine they'll bat, sorry. That comes off the inside half of the bat. They'll see if they can come back for a second. Curtis Camphor tidying up, but it will be pretty comfortable too in the end. The evening tends to be the toughest time to bat as well, so they might score a few less then. Maybe lunchtime tomorrow. There it is, just a half shot. He didn't play that with any great conviction. So what do you think? Will they give Ireland some time out batting before the end of the first session tomorrow, taken into the second?
Oh, lashes at it. Wasn't in full control, but now did that go all the way? No. Given a boundary. Again, 3rd boundary in this Bangladesh innings. But again, not in control.
Not in control whatsoever. It's come off the top edge. Too close to him to pull. Went through at the shot, and it's only just about bounced inside the Toblerone. But I thought, same as you, I thought it had gone for 6. Absolutely flew. So the variable pace in the pitch just starting to show with this new ball from Ireland.
Bit of aggression from the young Neil, beg your pardon. But yeah, I think mentioned earlier, they did not seem to be in control while getting the 2 boundaries out of the 3. Tells you about the surface, as you were saying. It's not the same as they batted on day 1 and 2. As of now, Bangladesh not in control. That helps me answer your question. Ideally, might need a bit more time because it's not looking as fluent to bat on. But then comes that over-pitch delivery that brings out the big booming drive from Mahmudullah Sanjoy. Second boundary in this over, 10 runs of this one, 26 for no loss.
Chances coming Ireland's way, but not if they overpitch like this. Jordan Neal searching for that wicket he feels should be coming overpitched, and a beautiful drive after a boundary off the top edge earlier in the over. That one much more assured from Mahmudullah. Well, Shaman, you mentioned that Bangladesh might need a little bit longer because they want to add 200 or so to their total. I think they're trying to get things moving. That's what's drawn the chances. So they won't play shots like that one, that pull shot, that kind of short arm jab. We wouldn't have seen that in the first innings. So they just would have bunted that for a single rotated strike. Now they're looking to take the Ireland bowlers on. Yes, that's going to bring about chances. And especially these two, though, can play with some freedom. If they get into trouble, if they lose some quick wickets, they have experience. Oh, well, that's the gremlins in the pitch. Andy Balbrini. That should have been going straight in the hands, and it just tiddled over the hands of the Ireland captain. Have a look. There's always gremlins. You've got to be wary of them. There it is. Didn't have the foot movement going there, Andy Balbrini. You got to have something behind the ball apart from the hands, just in case the gremlins come out.
Oopsie. Just waiting for it. Yeah, but the intent is there, and that is on display. Nicely played. Mahmudullah Sanjoy again, this time against Humphreys.
Well, Matthew Humphreys is thinking that shouldn't have been against the right-hander. I should have been bowling to the left-hander, but misfield brings him on strike. A little bit of flair. He tried it in Matthew Humphreys' previous over. Didn't come off. This time he gets in a better position, nice and deep. Brings the bottom hand in, sends it wide of the fielder in mid-on. Hugging that gap now.
With that boundary, Mahmudullah Sanjoy reaches over 1,000 test runs. Some moves. Oh. Like the swag as well with the glasses on.
Glad to hear for you, Humps.
Much better last few deliveries there after the boundary. Another expensive one, 32 without loss.
Again, choose the call, not on offer. But yeah, with you on that, Isabel Joyce, as you said, that intent is on display. They're looking to score much more freely and quickly.
Absolutely, playing through the shots so much more. Jordan Neal. Well, he has bowled some good deliveries, but what he hasn't done is stick to one plan. It's been pretty much all over the shop from the young man. No doubt been brought up on T20 cricket, so you're rewarded for change-ups in that form of the game. Another short delivery and punished. Look how far in front of square that shot has gone. Dismissive, and shows how Bangladesh are taking this attack to the Ireland bowlers. Needs to be better, Jordan Neal.
A shot yet again outside the off. Room also on offer for Shadman Islam to free those arms. Nicely puts it through the covers for 4. Now, field placement for Shadman. There's a deep square leg and deep fine leg in place. Again, hints that he might be bowling the short delivery. Short one does come out, doesn't bounce as much. The line. Much better on this occasion, and also brings me to a point, is he, you know, experienced campaigners in Andy Balbirnie, Paul Sterling, Lorcan Tucker, all behind the stumps. Would you have someone, yes, Camphor is there, is the other seamer on the side. Would you have someone there mid-on and mid-off speaking to him on a regular basis? I like seeing Camphor go up to him and speaking to him now, just giving him those gentle, soft reminders what the plan is.
Manages to bisect the fielders. They're set for the short delivery, but the line incorrect from Jordan Neal, and it's been a tough for him. Chance went early, didn't go to hand. Now he's probably trying too hard. He's come up against someone who's willing to take him on. Too expensive from the young man. Didn't have to do too much. Just had to help it on its way and get the placement right. So Curtis Camphor over talking to Jordan Neal. And in answer to your question, Shamanoy, there's nothing worse for a bowler than a batsman trying to tell him what he should be doing. So I think that the captain and vice captain should stay firmly where they are, truth be told. I think it's probably the same way for batters. You don't want the seamers coming up and telling you, hey, you should have probably kept that one out. So I think for Jordan Neal, he would probably benefit by having Barry McCarthy or Craig Young on the field. Curtis Camphor, of course, an all-rounder, but maybe not such a senior bowler as those two I've just mentioned. That being said, I think he's had plenty of different voices in his ear. He's only been bowling it for 18 months. He's got the under-19 coaches who've been working with him, senior pace bowling coach Ryan Eagleson, and then those senior bowlers. So maybe too many different ideas coming through his mind. Good finish, but the damage done already. 2 boundaries in the over and a single. 41 without loss.
With that, the umpires have called for tea. 41 for no loss Bangladesh in the second innings, and lead now of 252 runs. 9 runs of this Jordan Neal over. Quick runs taken by Shadman and Joy. Shadman 18 of just 19. Joy run a ball 23. So intent on display from the Bangladesh openers. They're looking to score runs quickly. Yeah, they came on to bat again. The second innings, Bangladesh, the openers yet again getting starts. But I would like to compare the runs scored to the balls they've taken. Run a ball for Mohammad Hassan Joy, 23. Shadman, 18 of just 19.
Just 2 bowlers used, expensive. In particular, Jordan Neal struggled. And while they did get a couple of opportunities, not go to hand early on, they haven't been able to make the breakthrough, Neal and Humphreys.
The Bangladesh 476 in the first innings, courtesy of those two centuries by Litton and Mushfiqur. 6 for McBride, bowled well in response. Ireland bundled out for 265, but not without a fight from Lorcan Tucker, who was unbeaten for 75. And then Bangladesh opted not to ask Ireland to follow on, come on to pad, scored 41 quick time, leading 252 runs. That's the lead for Bangladesh as we go off for tea, a much needed one here in Mirpur on day 3. We'll enjoy our tea, so do you. We'll come back with the next session. Good to have you with us for the third and final session of day 3 of the Dutch-Bangla series between Bangladesh and Ireland. We're live from the Sher-e-Bangla National Cricket Stadium here in Mirpur, Dhaka. That's right, Bangladesh have come on to bat again. This is their second innings. The openers have shown some intent and scored runs positively. They want to score quickly. Run ball 23 for Mahmood Hassan Joy, 18 of 19 for Shadman Islam. 41 without loss. So now, this is what happened post-lunch. There were 7 down were Ireland, but they were going strong. Jordan Neal with Lorcan Tucker. Some runs scored, and Jordan Neal with that valuable innings of 49. Put together 74. And yet again, was looking good. Now, that was an opportunity for Ibadat Hussain Chaudhary. Had all the 3 stumps and more time to aim it. And that one reared up on Jordan Neal on that occasion and got him out on 49. Beauty. That was a beauty from Khalid. Came on and got his second wicket. And that one was the last one to fall. Khalid taking a very good catch of Taijul, where he got his 4th wicket. And then came the Bangladesh batters in Mahmood Hassan Joy. This was an opportunity. Balbirnie managing to get some fingers on it. Yeah, they did get a bit of fortune early on, but there you see the intent on display. Then made the most of the not so good deliveries from Jordan Neal, and looking to get into their own groove. Well, Bangladesh 476 in the first innings, Ireland 265 in their first, and now 41 without loss. Bangladesh 252 the lead for Bangladesh as of now, as we looking forward to commence the third and final session post tea, as the umpires, on-field umpires Richard Illingworth and Sam Nugatsky make their way in. Here I'm joined by Athar Ali Khan. Bhai, so far so good for Bangladesh. Lead 252. Batters looking to score runs quickly. You reckon somewhere around 400 they'd want to get ideally, and then probably declare and ask Ireland to come on and chase it.
Somana, there's so much time left. If you look at the number of overs to be bowled even today, 30 overs, then you have 2 days of play. So add those 180 overs, so 210 overs. 210 overs to bat through. I know they will need to find the right number where they start to feel comfortable. Forget about the lead. I think it's about the number of overs. The bowlers will be hoping to take those 10 wickets in the second innings when Ireland come on to bat. I think that is more important for them. But yeah, bat freely, bat sensibly. 41 added of 42, yes, quick time. Couple of shots could have gone, towards Ireland, but that's how it goes. They've been fortunate. So it's important to just, because it's important for them to, whoever gets in, try to get a big one. I mean, the next test match that Bangladesh plays is, what, 4 months' time, in 4 months' time. So there's no test cricket after this test match. So make the most of it. Yes, the skipper Nazmul Shanto surely will be looking how to win this match. But as I said before, so much time left in this test match. Just bat normally, and it'll take its own course of action. That the test match will head in the direction that Bangladesh will feel will need to follow. So yeah, bat and get yourself in some sort of a form. He's already got 100, Mahmood Hassan Joy in the first set. He didn't get 100. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I don't think that they require to take any risk to play shots one after another. Yeah, if it's there, put it away. 27 in 4 overs for Neil. Humphrey, none for 14 in 3 overs.
Wide.
surely, you know, the first few boundaries, they did not seem to be in full control, the Bangladesh openers. And so if they do bat, you know, to their strength, take a bit of time, respect the good deliveries and wait for the bad one and put them away, I think they bat better and are in much better control. I'm completely with you on that if they take a bit of time, play the deliveries out, wait for the bad ones and not be hesitant to put them away. I think that's going to bode well for Bangladesh. At the same time, if Ireland can consistently bowl the length they want to, the line they want to, observed quite a few deliveries keeping low. It's not going to be as easy to score the runs. Humphreys again, same end he's been bowling from, the rocket end.
They've put the pressure on when they stopped those boundaries, when they dried up the boundaries. We've seen that happen earlier on, but even that just before tea break, Bangladesh managed to bat for 7 overs, 41 on the board, 7 boundaries, just too many. So if they don't stop the boundaries, then the pressure does not really mount on. So it's important. It's important for bowlers to ensure that they find the length and the line right in terms of not leaking boundaries. That's how you can apply a little bit more pressure. They're on the back foot. Don't make any mistakes here. Bangladesh is on the front foot in a commanding position, lead of 253, 10 wickets in hand.
Overdone with 42 for no loss.
Next up. Madam over.
Yeah, well, those numbers show that there's been runs on offer. If you bowl well, there are wickets to be taken also. For 5 wickets and 209 runs today on day 3. For the first time in this innings, we're going to see Andy McBride come on to bowl from the Dutch Bangla Bank end, getting a 6 for the very first innings. It's his best, 6 for 109, bowled for 33.1 overs. In fact, both the Bangladesh openers were prey to Andy McBride.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be also looking at the number of overs that the island batted in all those 3 innings, including in that first test match in Sylhet. The first thing that they played, they managed to score 286. Number of overs they batted, 92.2, and that's the most in the 3 innings that they have batted. In the second inning of the first test match, 70.2 overs, got bowled out for 254. And this time around, 88.3, when they ended making up 265. So roughly, Bangladesh, if they look at that stats, they would be thinking that yes, perhaps between 90 or 100 overs is what we need to bowl them out. That's why I feel that there's so much time left. 28 after this, 28 overs available, and then 180 in the next 2 days. So just bat normally, just take that equation out of your head at the moment and just concentrate on the batting department at the moment. Important for this pair to once again shine with the bat.
completely understand where you're coming from. Now, the 90 overs they batted was in the first innings. Over here also in the first innings, they batted for 88.3. Keeping in mind that with day 4 and day 5 coming, it's not going to be as easy or as placid to bat on. But also the fact that the Ireland top order hasn't really fired in the innings that you mentioned. So if they do fire, you might need a few more overs. So again, must confess that I'm with you. They will have those overs in mind, Bangladesh. 45 for no loss. Lead now, 256. Well, we're done with tea. Time for some snacks. Friday, the weekend here. Good to see parents bring the young ones as well. It's a good time to have, cherished moments. Remember, you come in with your parents. Yes, next, of course, but at the same time, you get to see some top players showcasing their talents in the middle here at the Mirpur Sher-e-Bangla.
Mahmudullah Sanjoy has 100, a big one in that first test match. $171. And Shadman Islam also came close to picking up his third test match 100. He wanted to score 80. Partnership of 168. Missed out in that first inning, both the openers, even though Shadman Islam did look set when he got out on 35. It's important for both the openers to show a little bit more consistency. And here comes another opportunity. Beautiful. Lovely, gorgeous looking drive from the left-hander. Elegance.
More importantly, he's played it through the line. Gorgeous stroke from Shadman to bring up the 50 partnership between him and his opening partner, Mahmudullah Sanjoy. Yet they've been calmer, more subtle since tea. If it was a much-needed tea break. Now, McBrien, the 6 wickets he took, if I remember correctly, 5 of them came on day 1. Humphreys bowled much better on day 2. Getting a couple of wickets. They need to bowl in tandem, bowl well, and put pressure on the Bangladesh batters from both ends. 10 overs done with. Bangladesh 53 for no loss. We are quite optimistic in approach Mahmudullah Joy and Shadman. Tees up on the board was the same in the first innings as well, surpassing that in fact. 52 in the first innings together before were dismissed by McBride.
Oh my goodness. Oohs and ahs. On stumps. He was the pick of the bowler. Andy McBride. Ireland really hoping he settles in the good line and length. Only the second over has been very good, very accurate. And he would just be hoping that the ball can grip a little bit more and add a little bit more bounce and turn, which just might do the trick for them. Movement pretty easy going. And once the batters are on the back foot, they're easy for them to create gaps either on either side of the wicket. I always feel that as a spinner, even as a seamer, this kind of a surface, a fuller delivery, where the batters tend to come onto the front foot can work in your favor. To the left-hander, 2 slips in place.
The odd one keeping low. The first 3 deliveries, the early 80 kilometers per hour. The last one, slowest one of the lot. There's a bit more air on this occasion.
I'm also thinking now that ball is driven down the ground to long off. Can that fielder come in? 56 without loss.
Where does that path take us? Both teams might be wondering, but yeah, as you mentioned, Bangladesh on the ascendancy. Fair bit of purchase from Humphreys. Straight to the fielder. You were talking about putting a bit more pressure on the batters and not allowing those easy singles and maybe force them to do something out of the ordinary.
Driving it nicely. But being a left-hander, if the ball does turn sharply, then he might just create that gap between the bat and the pad. So maybe just try to give him a little bit more opportunity to drive through the offside. Better. That's what he has done in this innings. You know, just a couple of on the shorter side where he's been put away for runs. Oh, he misses out one more time. Hit straight to the fielder. These are the opportunities which were taken earlier on. And that's the reason why I feel that instead of just trying to bowl a bit on the shorter side, we've got to get the batter onto the front foot. Hasn't bowled that many on that length that I'm speaking about.
Short again, doesn't miss out on this occasion, but there's a deep mid wicket in place also. So I think they have come up with a plan. They want to lure the Bangladesh batters to come in and play their strokes. Should they play it in the air? Is catching opportunity.
Another look here. 51% in the good length delivery, good length, and then he's bowled 32 in that full area. He's guilty of just bowling a few on the shorter side. 58 without loss.
Lead now extended to 269. Still 25 overs remaining in the day. Keeping slightly low. That allows for them to rotate. Yeah, it's the few odd deliveries they're guilty of offering to Bangladesh batters.
You can see the bounce on that occasion. It just started to keep low also. So a good idea is to attack the stumps all the time.
If you do manage to get through the window, you rattle the stumps, disturb them. Otherwise, if the batter misses, bat misses, leg before in contention, variable bounce will be constantly in the minds of the batters. Whereas hence, in fact, we observed that during when Bangladesh were bowling as well, bowling stump to stump. Short, straightish, mid-off in place, along with the slip and gully. There's a short extra cover and a long off. Bit of an appeal, unconventional fielding setup.
He's trying to set him up. Look at the field. You just mentioned it in the last delivery. Two slips in place, which is fine. But now he's got another fielder right in front of his eyes. Yes, he's driven. We've seen him already driven quite a few times. I'm not going to drive on that length because it's short, so he cuts it. That was the appeal. You can see the indication from the keeper also. Just going down the leg side. Or maybe a bit of a bat. That's the indication from McBride.
Lovely scrap.
And you have two set of different sort of a batter. One a right-hander and a left-hander. You immediately have to change your line and length the moment they cross over for a single. Just makes it a little bit tougher for the bowlers. 60 without loss.
Recognized batters, still number 7, Telmedia Sunmiraj. Almost all of them amongst runs in the first innings. Different story though in this innings. Quite a few of them would be hoping that they don't have to pad up and come on and bat. But we're going to see a change after 6 overs in this session, 13 in the Bangladesh innings. It's the debutant in Gavin Hoey, who bagged a couple in the first innings. Leg spinner, and been enlightened by our fellow commentator colleague Isabel Joyce that Gavin Hoey's father himself was a leg spinner also, happened to represent Ireland. It's only great that he's taking the legacy forward, making his Test debut. Must be really special.
It's a great opportunity for the youngster Gavin Hoey to at least have a bit of a chat with someone like Mushtaq Ahmed, who is the spin bowling coach of Bangladesh team. When they come early in the ground, when they go out for practice session just before the start of the play, maybe back in the hotel, must take an opportunity, must grab this opportunity. Great learning curve for them, and he can learn so much. Being a right-arm leg spinner, Mushtaq was a specialist. And these are the little things that should be reminded to the youngsters when they have an opportunity to go and speak to someone, even if it's from the opposition. No harm in trying, and I'm sure Mushtaq Ahmed will be more than happy to share a few words of wisdom.
Single of the last delivery, 61 for no loss. Leighton and Mushfiqur's century put 476, Ireland 265, courtesy of Tucker. Now the two Bangladesh openers unbeaten in their 30s. Plays it late, but a valuable point you raise, Athar bhai. You know, it's actually a golden opportunity to massive purchase to be able to exchange words and learn from someone like a Mushtaq Ahmed. But here's what happened.
Look at that sharp turn. Good grab by the keeper.
Oh, tips, beauty. Sneaking on, tips, sneaking on again.
Not every ball has turned. But that's the problem for the batters, because they are not 100% sure which one will turn. Just on Gavin Hoey. I think it has to be him to go up to Mushtaq Ahmed, to go and ask. No, don't be shy. Go up to him and then have a few words. How to do your job in the middle. Short ball put away, gets the treatment. He hardly misses out. And he picks up his 5th boundary. Not a great delivery.
Well, Ireland, McBrien in particular, had his hopes high, because it was in the air for a bit. He rocked back onto the back foot, did Shadman, but found the gap. Vacant area taken use of. Now he cuts it. Well, it didn't sound that good. Tells you that he didn't quite middle it. We'll get a couple though. Makes it 6 of the over. Bangladesh 67 without loss.
Third session, 8 overs so far, 26 runs. Bangladesh now leading by 278 runs. And it's going to be a tough remaining few overs of the day. 22 of them left in the day's play for the Irish team. Trying to make inroads at the moment. They are relaxed, so are the Bangladeshi batters in the middle. Not too much to trouble them. Odd deliveries have surprised them, but so far in cruise control. As we see Hoey just changing one of the fielders from deep point to deep backward square leg. They've got a slip and a gully in position. Gavin Hoey, impressive in the first innings.
Oh, Gavin.
They've got to keep on going and hoping something happens, Isabel.
No, well, I got to chat to Gavin Hoey after the day's play yesterday. Known him since he was about 14 years old, Gavin Hoey. Back then he was a seamer who mostly batted, playing under 15s, and before he joined my club to play under 15s because his club didn't have an under 15 team, and he broke his thumb before our first game. So that was the end of that. But he stayed in and around the team. He was obsessed with cricket, knew exactly what he knew. He wanted to play cricket for Ireland. Quite a serious young man. And turned to leg spin during COVID under the tutelage of his father, Conor Beanie Hoey. His nickname is Beanie. And he's still playing now. And the knees are struggling, but the leg spin's still coming out extremely well. Incredible control. Has a great googly top spinner. What a teacher to have for your first. And Gavin said that he's really enjoyed working under Chris Brown as well, the Irish spin bowling coach. So it's important not to have too many voices. Edge down. It was a sharp chance straight to Andy Balbirnie. It came quickly, but they've got to grab onto these, Ireland.
Well, Ireland have been guilty in the past of dropping a few catches. Where did it go? Did it land in front? Did it go straight to hand? Let's have a look at this. Just rose up high and turned away, followed it. Oh my goodness, it's just popped it away. Unfortunate. Could have patted it to Paul Sterling.
𝗂𝗵𝗄𝗽𝗄𝗽𝗄𝗃 would have been great. Now these are tough, and what would have worked out is if he'd managed to get his hands facing upwards. He's gone with the fingers kind of to the side or down, but you've got so little time to adjust. It needs to go your way. So he made a valiant effort. Gavin Hoey getting pretty exaggerated turn now. Not really a misfield there, was one anyway and didn't cost any extra in cover. But you do feel like the leg spinner is making things happen. 70 without loss.
'70 without loss. Could have been a wicket in the last over created by the young Gavin Hoey. Afternoon snacks available for the spectators here at the Sher Bangla. Going to be McBride, standout performer in the first innings, 6 for. A little push. Well, let's have a look at that catch, the drop. Went sharply, he chased it. There's quite a bit of bat to it. And when in the slips or slip and gully, your balance is forward, you're leaning forward, and suddenly you're having to push back and react to that. I think it did well to just get a hand to it.
Yeah, well, look, when you're setting up in behind the stumps to catch, you're trying to decide which shot do I think is going to get the edge. And I think Ireland, the distance away, For Gavin Hoey that they went. They think it's a front foot shot. They're thinking it's going to be that kind of edge. If they thought it was going to be a cut shot, they might go a little bit deeper, give themselves more time, because the ball's going to fly like that one did. Came off the top edge, always difficult.
And it seemed like an afterthought by the batter to go for it. I mean, it's almost past him. When he thought about that, it was a half-cock shot in two minds. But, well, you've got to forget it. He's got a life and it needs to carry on. And the Irish team have got to forget that and take the next one. The encouraging part there was the turn and bounce. So that's going to lift the spirit of Gavin Hoey in particular and all the team. Thinking maybe there is something in it for Andy McBride, who has been so good with the ball. Oh, and that died on him. Oh, had to hurry down. A gross cutter to finish the over. 70 without loss. They have got to keep pegging away, expecting something like a couple of overs back. Gavin Hoey created, and he's always sharply on the lookout for change of angles. Coming around now to the left-hander, Shadman Islam on 37. Sterling in the slips. Oh, that came back sharply, bounced off, not close enough. Goodness gracious, what was that?
Encouragement, that's what. Gavin Hoey's having to think straight away because of what's happened there. Sharp bounce. Almost back at square leg. And he's lucky that that hasn't gone to the hands of Paul Sterling there. Things just haven't quite gone Ireland's way. But they're calling for a helmet. Where's this one going?
Forward short, silly point, I'd imagine. With that extra bit of bounce. Well. Humphreys now donning the lid. Doheny. And I think they might want to change the batter for change of something. Substitute fielder halfway there. Has gone back. Different helmet, yeah. One that is comfy on his head.
Well, it's a little bit on the short side. He's decided to go on the back foot, thinks he's going to get the cut shot out. Not this time.
The degree of turn and the height, very disconcerting. Did well to get a soft part of the gloves and hit the thumb. Maybe that was what saved him. If it got a bit of bat, that have gone straight to hand.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just wondering, Jordan Neal bowled a spell from that end earlier on. Did he manage to bowl that into a bit of rough created by the seamer on his follow through? Anyway, I'm sure he'll be looking to replicate it, Gavin Hoey. Short leg in place now.
Good move. Well, even there, little tentative. 10.4 degrees. Would you believe it, Isabel? The degree of turn and that couple of balls back, which had the batter in a spot of bother. And that one in the previous over did turn about similar amount, I think, in terms of degrees. The one which was dropped by the skipper. Reverse affected. And reverse gets them a couple of runs, or no, just the single.
But what something like that, a delivery like that does, is it makes the batsman think, right, I've got to change my tack, I've got to come at this young leg spinner. So reverse sweep comes out. Fielder's out on the boundary, so it was a fairly risk-free shot as long as he made decent contact.
Slip in a gully, back in position for Mahmoodul. Now this time is short enough for him to rock back. Protection in the deep. Runs not coming very easily. That the last couple of overs, it's been domination by the bowlers. He's been creating chances. Hoey, it's been good to see.
What a captain wants to see when they set their field is that, yes, they've got the boundaries covered, but when the batsman hit it there, you feel like they're in with a chance of taking the wicket as well. So the cut shot, yes, it went for one and it was fairly assured, but a little bit more bounce, slightly more exaggerated turn, and you feel like those two catches behind the wicket are in play. So good signs for Ireland, good plans. Now it just needs to come off for their first wicket.
Now when it pitches it up, it's too close for the ball to dip and grip and trouble the batters easily into the pitch. Have a look at that deviation. Hoey, actual delivery would have taken it straight, that blue line, but look at the actual delivery. Without deviation, straight down. With the deviation, 10.7. Tremendous amount of turn. Oh, not quite comfortable with that shot. 73 without loss. Mahmoodul Hasan, Joy Shadman Islam have lived quite dangerously in the last few overs. Both have given opportunities and both created by young Gavin Hoey. Impressive, getting the turns, getting the bounce with his height. McBride at the other end has kept a tight leash on things, bowling well in tandem, complementing each other well. Backs away, he does play it in the deep, but just for the single once again.
Bangladesh have set a good platform here, 74 without loss, but it's quite clear that the change in mindset has caused moments of discomfort for them. There have been times when they've been surprised by extra bounce, or maybe the shot selection hasn't been optimal. Good news is they're still out there for the home team.
McBride just does not get the turn that we may be hoping for. Maybe that was a deliberate attempt at the arm ball, quicker one through the air.
His stock ball, he doesn't try and turn too much, Andy McBride. Uses it more as a change-up, round the wicket to the right-hander. And then the arm ball is slightly quicker, but he doesn't always hold it seam up for that quicker delivery. So just those subtle variations. He more bangs away on a good length. You won't see the speeds go hugely up and down, just a little bit. That was the much slower delivery, 79. Probably averaging around 82 for the over, but it's gone 83, 85, 80, and then 79. So you can see those just small changes compared with, say, a Humphreys, who bowls a much quicker arm ball.
But if you saw a pitch map of where the last 5 balls have landed, it would be such a close cluster. It's bang on the money. It's pegging away right where it does not allow the batters to take advantage. Very precise. Oh, that kept on. He had to hurry down on that one. Excellent delivery to finish the over. Hands on head. He thought he had his man. Not to be. 74 without loss. What about the last ball of the last over, Isabel?
Almost went underground. Amadil dealt with it very well. Evasive action. Have a look at that. You're just expecting it to hope around the knee rail. It was more like an ankle biter.
Or a grass cutter, as I called them. A couple of them from this end, and two that reared up from Gavin Hoey at the other end. So something that the batters have got to be conscious about, alert about. That focus has got to keep remaining. They cannot expect to relax. Feeler in front of the batter now at sort of forward short leg out, silly mid-on.
Lorcan Tucker setting this field. Even though Andy Balbirnie is on the field, he actually went and stood in the position he wanted 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 to go into, short mid-wicket there. A square short mid-wicket. There's also one behind the square. Gavin Hoey's got to get the right length. He's been too full since that one that went 10.7. He's just been too full for those fielders to come into play.
Absolutely, you set the field, and there's that lack of experience. Your captain or your keeper, and that matter sets the field for you, and you've exploited the conditions, you've used your height, and that length was a little lacking. It's much fuller, makes it easier to negotiate. Can he surprise the right-handed batter, Mahmood Hassan? Yes, there is that turn. There's that length which is not quite right where he'd want to put some doubt in the batter's mind, whether he's going to just spin back sharply or carry on. But I'm still looking for that variation. It's not been there, the googly from him. You've talked about his tutelage, his coach who was an expert in the flipper, the googly and the orthodox one. He seems to depend solely on orthodox leg spin for the moment. I'm sure it's going to come into his repertoire very soon.
I think it's got to be something that's come down from Chris Brown. Stick to the leg spinner as much as possible, because he does have a very good googly, Gavin Hoey. Big hands, so that makes it easier to bowl that. But while he's young, while he's still young in his craft, you don't want to confuse the wrist too much. There you go, that's slightly better. Still a bit too full for my liking, but signs of the turn that we saw just an over ago.
Just have to take a few hints from Andy McBride at the other end, how to put the ball in the cluster where it's not going to be easy for the batters to try and hit or even defend, because they put that seed of doubt in your mind, and some go quickly through, some keep a shade low. For him, one that will get that extra bit of bounce. Oh, now, there you go. The sweep attempted, and it was right length for the sweep. I think it just tweaked and gripped a little bit.
Yeah, maybe on the slightly short side for a sweep shot. Bounces up there. You can see he's tried to almost bail on that, Joy. You're a hard taskmaster, Shamim. For a leg spinner to land it on a dime. 24-year-old, no less. 77 without loss.
Twenty overs done, going at 3.85 runs per over at the moment. Bangladesh, you might feel they're cruising, but they're not. They have been troubled. They have been tested by some good bowling, some surprise deliveries. And Bangladesh have got to show resilience. Well, she's happy, got the smile, enjoying the goodies. That's Andy McBride with his usual proper line and length, pegging away, hoping the batters lose a bit of concentration and maybe try to take him on. This is bogged them down. Let's have a look at those two that turned from Hoey. Initially, that dropped catch, look at the degree of turn. But this one, even more, just seemed to be crashing into the chest of the batter. Lucky on both occasions, both the batters.
I think that with McBride bowling from one end and that from Hawkeye on the other, just shows the different skills that you can have as a test match spin bowler. McBride is not too worried about turn, he's about consistency and small deviations. Whereas Hoey, he's looking for the big turn. Space for both, particularly in this part of the world.
Sure is. Once in a while, there will be one or two short ones. We'll have to give McBride that, but maybe he'll say, that's my variation, just to surprise the batter. Element of surprise always there. McBride, possibly the more predictable in terms of the batters to negotiate, but also the more difficult to get runs off. He's given the ball some air. The batter not quite middling it.
Well, for Gavin Hoey, you've been mentioning, Shameen, we haven't seen too many of his variations. We haven't seen that classic leg spinner's variation. The big full toss. Maybe that's the one.
Well, it's become effective on occasions. We've seen that in the past. That is not going to be a voluntary one, I can assure you that. Nicely easing it with the full face of the bat, get a single, and completes the over. It's 81 without loss. Quick look at the match summary of the second test match here. 476 with Litton and Mushfiqur's hundreds. Bangladesh posted in the first innings. 211 runs short for Ireland, but did well to recover from a very sad position. Wonderful innings by Tucker. Support from a couple of others, including Neil. 49 runs. Bangladesh taking their lead now up to 292 runs. That's what they finished on day one, 292. As Isabel reminds me. Width offered, and that's slapped away. It's going to be a chase. Oh dear, desperate effort, good effort to no avail.
It took him a while to pick it up there, Matthew Humphreys. Stiff-looking chase from him at the beginning, and they thought about giving up on it, but pretty slow once it gets into the outfield here. A little bit heavy, so the chase was on. In fact, he just wasn't close enough to the boundary line. Went down too late, perhaps. Anyway, 4 runs.
And now that boundary has got in the head of the bowler, trying something different. In the process, missing his line, allowing that fine sweep to be employed. And another one which tested the fielders, but got 4 runs. There's dancing in the aisles. They're enjoying it.
I don't mind this from Gavin Hoey. Mahmoudul had to go right inside the line. Only just about caught up with it with the gloves. He's almost punched that for 4. Slightly later on the shot, and he's in big trouble there, Mahmoudul. Might have been either the glove or it's the handle. Good delivery though, and especially if Mahmoudul decides not to sweep next time, then I think he's hit a good line and length. He needs to just keep hammering away on that line. The previous one that went for 4 was a poor delivery.
How is he going to react to back-to-back 4s with a good ball? That is good. Has brought the batsman forward and his angled his bat nicely. He's played it well. That's the line. 300 now the lead by Bangladesh. So very comfortable position with all your wickets in hand. Couldn't be better. And then he just brings one back in a shorter length fumble, but there's no chance of a run there.
Well, Shamim, you wondered how he'd come back from back-to-back boundaries, but as a former leg spinner yourself, you should know there's no one better at being hit for 4 because it's part of your upbringing as a leg spinner. It's such a tough art to master. Or were you not hit for boundaries when you played?
Regularly. Every time I tried the googly, it was definitely 75% of the balls would be heading for the boundary. Never managed to control the googly. Don't have long enough fingers.
But you always came back strong. That's the key.
You got to keep on trying. The old adage where the leg spinners always purchase their wickets. Spend a bit of time and a bit of effort, and then it pays off. 89 without loss. .300 exactly the lead by Bangladesh in this innings. 89 runs, 38 singles. So the rotation of the strike has been there. Been a 3-run, a couple of braces, and 11 4s. So nice little compilation of different strokes in that score of 89. Bangladesh now maybe in a position where will make and force the Irish team to try and do something different. In that manner, do they play into the hands of the Bangladeshis? Got to keep their cool, keep the discipline going on a regular basis.
Ireland had been keeping Bangladesh quiet in terms of singles for a while there, but it seems to have changed the rhythm of the game. Both bashes on 45. Almost shot for shot, blow for blow. So now do Ireland just think, right, let's just try and dry up these runs. And let's try and get a wicket that way. If we can bowl some good dot balls and force them to play an expansive shot, maybe that's how we get our breakthrough.
You talk about the mindsets of batters in particular. There can be two ways of going about getting comfy. One is that you're comfortable, you're playing the ball, play the ball to its merit. Sometimes you get a little overconfident. You say, right now, I'm in a good rhythm. I'm going to take him on next ball. And then a beauty comes along from the bowler. This time around, ample time to rock back. And ample time for the fielder in the deep to come around and stop that ball from going over. So maybe a double-edged sword in what your thought process is in going after the bowling. It can pay off at times. Funny old game. Never know. .47 is what Mohammad Hassan Joy has got.
It's an interesting field that Andy McBrien's employing here. Quite a straight mid-wicket, then almost a wide mid-on, and then a long on as well. Look at them there on the right, in the kind of in the middle of your screen. But nicely worked square of that fielder. Should be a single. Pretty tight. Could he have done better there, Stephen Doheney?
Well, he was running and throwing at the same time. Did well to flick it back. And that is the end of the over, which takes the Bangladesh total up to 93. And have they gone upstairs for a quick look at that? But the drinks are coming onto the field.
Policy statement on inappropriate conduct. It shall be a breach of the terms and conditions of entry to the venue for any ticket holder to engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any other person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, descent, nationality, ethnic origin, sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, marital status.
Both the openers for Bangladesh clicking again, nearing their 50s. 93 they put together for the opening stand. Very useful runs. They did put together 168 back in Sylhet. They've looked good. They've looked good initially. A bit fortunate, but then came the loose deliveries, which they made the most of. There's one of those occasions I was talking about. But then, whenever over pitch, they take full advantage. Some pulls. Whenever short, they were on top of it. Shotman in particular enjoyed the short deliveries, few cuts, few pulls. Yeah, 11 boundaries shared between them. Again, coming together at a very important time. Mahmoud Hassan Joy and Shadman Islam. Bangladesh now leading by 304 runs. I wish a very good afternoon and welcome back at Rainsford. Bangladesh on top at the moment. Ireland desperately looking for a breakthrough.
Yeah, I must commend these two openers. They've shown some good resistance, good application, and the ability to keep scoring on what looked like a surface that was taking a lot more turn and was becoming quite difficult to get the ball away. But what they've done is that they've kept Ireland at bay. And they've done that by picking up the right deliveries and the right options to score. Whereas for Ireland, I'm slightly disappointed. With the confidence they would have walked off the field with the bat in hand, and how they showed resistance with the bat as well. And the way they started with the ball, Jordan Neal was getting the ball to move around and ask questions. There was a level of expectation that their spinners would be a little bit better than they were in the first innings and support what Andy McBride did, but that wasn't to be and hasn't panned out for them. 93 without loss, a lead of 304. And they continue to enjoy their drinks.
To engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage.
Yeah, in the Bangladesh first innings, all the 10 wickets were actually bagged by the Ireland spinners. Andy McBride getting a 6 for his best, 6 for 109. 2 for Humphreys and 2 for the debutant, Gavin Hoey. All the 10 wickets taken by the spinners. Now, 3 out of the 4 bowlers introduced by Andy Balvenie. Our spinners were yet to see Curtis Camphor come on to bowl. Still 14 overs remain in the day.
Bangladesh will bat all those overs. and they'll bat some tomorrow as well. You mentioned in a strong position, they're in a commanding position. Possibly be looking at 400 plus to leave Ireland in their fourth innings on this surface. So no one in a rush to get play underway here, are they? Can you believe it? Talk about the pace of play. Sure, the third umpire, the match referee, can hear me. It was quite a laboured drinks break, that one. Still 14 overs left in the day with 55 minutes worth of play, but can be extended as well.
The keeping slightly low on this occasion. Gavin Hoey want to bowl from the rocket end, yes. Taking a bit of time. Oh, probably ease their way in, the Bangladesh batters again. 𝗂𝗂 𝗏𝗂𝗏 on 48. Who was the call? Not there. Moves on to 49, does Joy.
It's a much needed series for Mahmudul Hassan Joy, I think. 171. Contribution in the first. And now approaching another 50 after a drought in his career. We spoke about it at length in Sylhet, but when you compound the contributions, it does set him up for another purple patch, hopefully. Yeah, I saw him hitting balls extensively with the batting coach, Mohammad Ashraful, and they were focusing a lot on the balance of him making contact across that front leg, because he was actually having a number of throws without the front pad on, and it looked as if they were focusing mainly on how he would create balance. And so for Bangladesh, I heard Ata Ali Khan speaking about the next test match being some way away. So they'll be hoping that this particular series is quite one that launches these two batters as a partnership in Test cricket.
'96 for no loss. 𝗂𝗂 Hassan Joy. Yes, it's been such an important series for him, and so good for Bangladesh cricket, particularly Test format that come back to the Test side, and that too with flying colours. On 49 now. Ryan coming around the wicket.
I'm trying to think about this tactic. Personally, want to think that we've seen some images and Hawkeye has been busy with degree of turn.
Gets to his fifth 50, does 𝗂𝗂 Hassan Joy. Yeah, kudos to him, applauded from the dugout as well. Much deserved. You mentioned the century he got back in Sylhet. 50 here in the second innings of the second test here in Mirpur as well.
Yeah, good innings. And for Bangladesh, they'll be saying, well, can it long continue? Appreciated. But you just look at the way he's gone to 50 there. I was just thinking to myself, why is McBride coming round the wicket? Because that shot becomes quite easy. He'll favour this because naturally what happens is there'll be footmarks out there to the left-hander. And so would get more turn. But to the right-hander, if it does pitch on the straight, the turn would take it away from the stumps down the leg side. Spin bowling coach spoke about how much work he puts on the ball, or put on the ball in the first innings. This occasion, just having a closer look, that's a bit too flat. Nicely fielded.
You mentioned how Mohammad Ashraful was working with Mahmood Hassan Joy without the front pad. It reminds me of someone else, Saif Hassan, who's done really well, part of the T20 setup for Bangladesh, and he too, when he's not doing well, worked with the assistant coach Mohammad Salahuddin, and they followed similar protocol, practicing batting and trying to hit those without the front pad. Now in the recently concluded the Asia Cup and all, there was quite a few flicks played by Saif Hassan, magnificent shots. They tell me that the practice without the front pad did do wonders for him. 98 for no loss. It is a Friday. We close in towards the sunset. And I'm sure they've been entertained, particular by the Bangladesh openers, but what a year Shadman Islam has had. He's averaging close to 50 this year. He's already got a century, couple of 50s. He carries on. So when you were saying that Bangladesh would hope that Joy prolongs this touch, this makes it into a purple patch for him and the side. Oh, from the outside part of the bat, wasn't too far away from Sterling. He'll come back for two and reach his 8th half century in Test match cricket, 3rd this year. Shadman Islam.
This is uncanny, surely. Have a look at this scorecard, everybody at home. 100 comes up, Mamadou on 50 of 76, and Shadman on 50 of 76. Matching each other, ball by ball, run for run, and that's how he goes to it. A ball that reacts and bounces, doesn't go to the fielder, and he's able to lift the bat up for yet another 50.
Identical twins as of those numbers. Got one of them in the commentary box. Yeah, good for Bangladesh. 100 has come up, and that means more worries for Balbirnie and company. Chat between Tucker, Balbirnie, Gavin Hoey, trying to come up with a different plan.
Paul Sterling is quite an experienced campaigner. But I just want you to focus on where he's standing. On that occasion, he's slightly wider, but to the left hand is a lot straighter. And for me, on a surface that's slightly slower, you want your catchers and your fielders to be squarer of the wicket. And I feel, especially to the leg spinner, because it's going to be taking the thicker part of the bat, it's going to go a lot squarer, and I felt that he was a little bit too straight on that occasion as a fielder and a catcher in a crucial position. Oh! There'll be runs here to get any bat on it. Yeah, he gets a little bit of bat on it. So maybe just keep an eye on him here, and I just feel that that's when you have to be a bit aware of the surface and the speed of the ball and the angle of the ball. I just feel there were a few opportunities, but they went square of the wicket and there wasn't a catcher in play, and he's quite deep, in fact, as well. So you can see he's quite straight on that occasion. Probably needs to take half a step to his left, and I feel like he's done that now.
Played it along with the turn. That makes it 5 of the over. Bangladesh 103 for no loss. Yeah, both batters, both openers reaching their 50s. Mahmood Hassan Joy, yet again, carrying on that good form. Nicely cover drive, nice cover drive, and then pulls. He's taken his time. But overall, 6 boundaries in this knock. Found the gap with ease on most occasions. Mr. went on with his calm demeanor.
Has played it nicely, hasn't he? Been good on the drive. All round the wicket, in fact. Good driver of the ball is Hassan Joy. I'd like to see the opposite now of Shadman, who's also gone to 50, and see where he has scored.
We often say how they complement each other, and it's so important as an opening pair. That also comes on to the characteristics of each batter, where they prefer to play, in the manner they go about their business.
Gav, come in front of tips, or like don't be right beside each other.
Because And not only because they're left and right hand combination in the middle, also for the way or which areas they prefer to score their runs from. The bowlers have to adapt from time to time whenever they rotate their strike.
That's good, Harry, that's good.
In catch 22 now, Ireland. They're just keeping an eye on the scoreboard that now has a lead of 315. So you look at this field, it's quite widely spread. You look at the bowling right now from a McBride to a right-hander. For me, that's a negative line, because naturally the ball is taking turns, so it won't bring the stumps into play. And if it goes a little bit too straight, that happens where the ball's punched through the offside. What he did so well in the first innings, that he wasn't afraid to be consistent. I think Isabel Joyce did a pitch report and spoke about how he didn't really come straight, didn't come into the tram lines or the imaginary box that goes down the wicket between stump to stump, that is used as an LBW tracker. I think there's only a couple of deliveries that were in there. However, his bowling was very tight to that tram line on either side. So he had good consistency, didn't get too greedy, and in fact, the ball didn't turn as much as you'd expect now as we enter day, or the latter part of day 3 and enter into day 4. So the logic would play that he would bowl better. This one finds the outside edge. It was all along the ground. End of the over, 108 for no loss.
Joy and Shadman going hand in hand. Numbers identical yet again. Yeah, he's hit that purple patch this year. Shadman Islam, yet another 50, his third in 2025. Been so good, square of the wicket. Also, the drives have come out. 5 boundaries. This knock.
Quite a positive player, I believe, and he's one that picks up length, I think. I think you mentioned it off commentary about how you'd expect him to score a lot more of his runs square of the wicket, and that reflects it. But on this occasion, even though he hasn't found any boundaries down the ground, hasn't been afraid to also punch the ball down the ground. But this is a favored area. Him. Way of the wicket. You almost have a sense now that it's gone a bit flat for Ireland, hasn't it? I just felt when they came out after they completed their innings, there was a bit more energy in the fielders, the conversation from the bowlers as well. It could be also being resigned to the fact that you're about 9 overs away from completing a day, and you're thinking about the day ending. And the fact that you look up at the scoreboard as well and it's still 10 wickets in hand, it doesn't give you that little bit of a jolt or a spring in your step. it more often than not will make you hang your head. You don't even venture to where the lead is right now at 321. So hear me out, everybody. I'm not saying it in a negative way. I'm just explaining where the state of the game is right now. And the fight they showed with the bat, I just had a high expectation they would possibly do that with the ball as well and make scoring quite difficult. Whereas the run rate says a different story. It's at 4 runs and over this particular innings. So there's reference to the ability of these two openers to continue to score and continue to score at a high rate. Most of the test match, the run rate has been hovering between 3 to 3.2, 3.3. This innings is at 4.
Oh, quicker, flatter.
Yeah, nicely bowled. 3 runs off the over. Just the final delivery here, this particular over. And he plays the big shot. I've seen the ball plug on a few occasions, so that doesn't run away for 4. And the over 113 without loss.
Bangladesh in command. 324. And you mentioned how Bangladesh are on top, and seems as if the island shoulders are dropping. It has quite a bit to do with how these two came onto bat and maintained that positive approach and played their strokes.
At the end of the last over, you know, I looked at Hoey and I thought to myself, man, Ireland have got a good one here. Young guy, leg spinner in his first test match. Yes, he probably hasn't got the return, but imagine he had to play another 10, 15, 20 test matches. Imagine he had the opportunity to have regular first-class cricket. Nicely bowled, yes, saw him. Subtle adjustment. I think there's so much to work with here. I feel Ireland, if they can really string up and really create more relationships with the other test-playing nations and find a way of these players, particularly Hoey, O'Kantaka, Barry McCarthy, the Sterlings and Balburnies, who will usher these young guys through. Curtis Camp, we haven't seen the best of him in this particular series. I just had a thought there about Hoey and how he would develop and how great he could be for Ireland cricket. End of the over, 114 without loss. Yeah, so just to finish off that small little thought and feeling I had for these Irish players is that I just feel the cricketing world is their oyster. I just wish they had more opportunities to play on a regular occurrence. In fact, while Ireland was batting today, I had another thought. What if there was a third test match in Chattogram? And what would have been the development of the Irish players going to another test match and it being a third test match? And what versions of these players would have then seen? I know the schedule possibly doesn't allow that, and the way you structured the calendars doesn't allow that, but I would have been so interested, and I think a lot of the Irish supporters and also Bangladesh, Bangladesh have got a really settled side. I mean, they could rest their two gun bowlers in this particular test match, but I would have been so interested to see how further the development would have been for Ireland, and how much more that these fans, and let's take a moment and thank these fans that come all the way from Ireland, that have been here. They were in Sylhet, now they're in Mirpur. I think most of them will probably go back after this test match. Some may stay on for the T20 series, but the fanfare, the commitment that some of these particular fans have taken to come out here and support Ireland is another aspect that fortifies how much Ireland should be playing. Possibly, hopefully, they get more A-team games to the likes of Sri Lanka, India. Maybe the West Indies, England. I think England have a big part to play in Irish cricket. Massive. A lot of their legends of the game moved across to England to play for England. In fact, Owen Morgan lifted the World Cup with England. There's a big part to play, and I hope they do. I hope they can hear me.
Oh, goes for the big heave. But yeah, very important point you bring up, Ed. I think this can go hand in hand. Mentioned, what if there was a third test match trying to play against the turn? Down a bit, Gavin Hoey. You know, the last time Bangladesh travelled to the UK to play a test match was back in 2010. So what if Bangladesh travels, plays a few test matches against Ireland in the UK? That will prepare them for different conditions as well. End of the over, 118 for no loss.
Seven overs remaining in the day. It's been a cruise for Bangladesh. In the second innings, 118 without losing a wicket. Mahmood Hassan Joy and Shadman Islam both on 59. Matching each other for shots. Going at 3.54 on day 3 quite comfortably. There have been some ripples created in that smooth sail on occasions, but nothing really to perturb them and get them back in the hut. Content to play out the good deliveries, picking on the ones that give them the little bit of advantage. Interesting field position for McBride. It's got a short mid-wicket, it's got a short mid-on, very close to each other. And you see what the intention is. Maybe that little bit of bite for a check shot that might rise up on the bat, get the splice of the bat, get to one of those two fielders. Nice position to be in at the end of the day for Bangladesh, Arthur.
Yeah, they'll take it every time. Lead, but with the single now, the lead goes to 330. I think also important for them that is such a wonderful start. They would just need to ensure that they're not separated at the end of the day's play after this over. 6 more overs to be bowled to complete 90 overs in the day's play.
Still pursuing. One good thing I've noticed about Balbirnie is he's just had those two in the slips on a regular basis and have added some others in the peripheral vision to silly point or forward short leg. They're not there at the moment. Trying and even inducing the edge. So I think that they can relax after putting on 119. Not quite.
Yeah, I could have easily chopped that onto the stumps.
Yes, that brings out the respect that McBride has acquired by some consistent, disciplined, accurate bowling. So good in lines and lengths. One maiden in his 12th over, just given away 32 runs. That's less than 3 and over. But the team are going at 3.86. Another good ball to finish that over. 119 without loss. There. Well, the bowlers are still struggling to get amongst the wickets. It's been good bowling from McBride, as we mentioned. Young Hoey has impressed too. They want to just try and break the partnership, get a wicket before the end of play. 𝗵𝗲𝗂𝗃𝗀 face up to the leggy. This slip in a gully still in position, hoping for one of those awkward ones that bounced and turned. And now that can be close. Yes, that looked to hit him pretty much in line. He's looking forward to his partner. See if he gets some support and goes for the review.
They're taking some time, and he's probably not going to go for it. No, he doesn't, because it looks pretty plump initially. Well, he has decided not to take the review. So Gavin Hoey has picked up a wicket here. Yep, flush in front, and no hesitation from the umpire, giving a straight in favor of the bowler. So the opening partnership gets broken. Joy gone for 60. Bangladesh 119 for 1.
Bangladesh have lost their first wicket, and what a strike. This is Moeen-ul-Haq who comes in at the fall of wicket of Mahmoodul Hasan Joy, who tried to play down a wrong line. The ball just kept on going straight, and as you see that he didn't go for the review. Smiles break out. They can appreciate all the hard work that's been done, but he's got to go back to the hutch after scoring 60. Bangladesh lost the first, but Ireland will take it. They're really looking forward desperately to break this partnership. Look at those numbers: 4,772 runs, 13 hundreds, got close to one earlier. He can really be very annoying to the bowlers. Very, very good at playing out overs, and he takes his time. But all credit to Gavin Hoey in getting that wicket. 𝗃𝗚𝗃𝗃 on a forward short leg. Also the fielder at point comes in closer.
Just in front. Make sure you're in front.
Still 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 basically doing the marshalling of the troops. Oh, sharp turn.
I thought he bowled well in that first inning also, Gavin Hoey. And he'll be looking at the turn and bounce, looking ahead, looking on day 4. He can be quite a handful, but the lead is a big one here for Bangladesh. Yeah, good wicket for him. Fortune to for someone like Hoey, who is playing his on debut, has been pretty impressive.
No, he's giving the ball some air, but it's too close to Nevada to whack it away. The sparing effort cannot stop that ball from going over to the boundary.
Attempt going in Wayne, but what a lovely shot this is from Momin ul-Haq. Leans into it. It was full, drivable length. Timed it nicely. Really made a very good effort.
Now he bowls one quicker, still gets some purchase off the wicket. There's been a prodigious turn from him. We saw the degree angle of 3.7 or 10.7 was that? Very sharp. No, it was actually 8.7, I think. The one that turned the furthest. And there was one at 10.4. Wow. Nicely done. 1, 2, 3 for 1. So the first wicket partnership has been broken. Mahmood Hassan Joy back in the hutch, 60, losing the wicket at 119. Momin ul-Haq and fellow left-hander Shadman Islam in the middle now. Blowing drive, can't get it past. Oh, he does get it past. That's rather lapse just through his fingers.
Floppy. Not happy. Should have been stopped. Left-hander Shadman Islam picked up his highest test score earlier this year, which was against Zimbabwe. 20. Made 80 in the first first inning in the first test match. So he'll be eyeing to get himself 100 if he's at the non-striker's end.
Scott, do you want this one or this one?
No, the new one, Momin ul-Haq, is being crowded here. Addition of another fielder under the lid at short leg. So the slip and the gully, 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 doing the changing.
Lovely tips, lovely.
It's a period of play where Bangladesh batters should tell themselves with just over 4 overs left in the day's play, just
Come on, boys. 2, 3 here.
ensure that you don't get out. Oh, almost followed that. Left it at the last moment.
I know. You had to fiddle with it and everything.
Yeah, the balls have now started to turn quite sharply. They'll be hoping that whether they can pick up a wicket or two just before the end of the day's play. After this 4 more overs, that's the reason why they brought in a few closing fielders. Former 𝗿𝗏𝗃 has just come on to bat.
Nice to see a holiday crowd here, enjoying the domination of Bangladesh, but also the tussle in the middle. The angle of that ball allowed that sweep to be played by Mominul, and let's get a single for that. Just can't afford to relax. Test cricket right till the end of a day's play. You never know. The second last ball, the last ball of day, might just bring up some kind of surprise. Focus remaining. Remember, batter getting out the last ball of the day in the test match in Sylhet. So all to play for. He focused. Not the contact he wanted. Despite that, it was through the fingers of the bowler, allowing a single to be taken. 126 for 1. It's been a long day for Ireland, but they cannot afford to have shoulders dropping, because just think back to a couple of overs back when they took the wicket of Mahmood Hassan Joy, and I'm sure they would love to go back at the end of the day with another wicket in the kitty. Like the manner in which he flights the ball. A bit of enticement, but the contact with the bat, very nice, despite the fact he didn't try to hit it too hard. Gets 3 runs.
Well, just keep an eye on Shadman Islam at the non-striker. While taking that 3rd run, he just holding his legs. I hope he's okay. Maybe a bit of a cramp. Nice shot, leans into it. First one, he looks okay. Just when he comes back for the 3rd run, right at the end, he pulls up. There you go.
So, for the rest of the day, in the 3.4 overs remaining, you're going to be very careful. No quick runs. As you mentioned, he may be cramping up. Got the hammy. He just held on to it. Just wants to play out. Maybe at the end of this over, have a drink, rehydrate. Into the 34th over, 129 for 1. Bangladesh would want to end the day on a high. They lead by 340 runs. Catch it is the call. Just dropping short. But I like what's going through Hoey's mind. Tempting the batters with flighted deliveries.
Now, was that close enough? Could he have taken a step a little bit towards the ball? I think he could have. He thought it was coming straight onto him.
That was a close call. Nice little turn back. Just rides the spin well, gets behind the line. Not very sharp, the spin, but he's getting it with regularity. McBride will be tired, just as you said. Maybe he thought it would come into his hands. Just dropped short. Waited for it to come on to him. If he made an effort to go forward, maybe the option of getting the catch would have been there. short, allows him to swivel around, but he cannot make that contact. It's not very comfortable in the middle. 131 for 1. Does a session summary for the third day. 3.65, 3.58, 3.33 are the run rates. Pretty much similar. Ebbed away a little bit in the third session. 2, 3 and 1 wickets in the 3 sessions. It's McBride again.
It was very impressive. Again, beating the bat. He's beaten the bat on a number of occasions. He's not been lucky enough to get a wicket so far. Another very good delivery.
Super delivery. Look at the angle with the drift going in. Gets the batter out to have a little push at it, which he does on this occasion. But last one, that push from Shadman, a little tentative, not in line, and just enough nip and turn off the ground to beat his bat. Unfortunate not to get an edge to it. Another Jaffa, right through the legs of the 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃. And that's going to go away for some bonus runs.
And if that keeps happening, we saw it happening even really at the close of play even yesterday. So the pitch starts to do a lot more. That one also keeping low. It just tells you what's on offer if you look ahead at day 4. So it's going to be not easy. Yes, Bangladesh have now compiled a very big lead, but second time around for Ireland batters to do well on this surface is going to be even a bigger challenge.
He's in his 14th over, but the goods he's producing, the balls he's bowling, it's been a wonderful mix. Some drift turn, some going through the arm ball. Always the surprise element from McBride. Quicker again. Good finish. Great over. 135 for 1. Right at the end of the day, 2 more overs remaining. Lead extended to 346 runs for Bangladesh. There he goes again. Take me on if you can. But if it's close, if it's fuller, it's going to be put away with utmost comfort. 4 more runs.
Yeah, he's a free-flowing batter, Momin-ul-Haq. If it's there, he'll take you on. Knowing that just a couple of overs left the day's play. Look how wide that is. Again, nicely played. Really doesn't hit the ball too hard, but the timing, perfect.
Once again, we see 𝗏𝗂𝗃𝗃 going across to the young Gavin Hoey, giving him some words of wisdom, just telling him, just don't be overawed by the situation, don't try anything different because you're doing all right, you're keeping the batters quiet, but just seems to have gone into his head that he might try something different with those flighted deliveries, and in the process has lost the lengths that are needed for that. Be tiring fingers for a leg spinner. Bowling his 12th over. Now that's pull from wide of that. It's a mixture of a pull and a sweep, and it gets him another 4 runs. Oozing with confidence is 𝗂𝗓𝗄𝗃.
You don't get it right, then you're asking for trouble. First one was a wide one, it was full. This is turning into him, so he opted to play that conventional sweep, 𝗂𝗓𝗄𝗃, and he's got himself another boundary.
Well, you see there 550 boundaries that 𝗂𝗓𝗄𝗃 has hit in his Test career, and 21 sixes to boot. They're not showing too much emotion, but inside they will be very happy. Bill Simmons and Shaun Tait. That's better. He's bowled a high percentage of that last ball. It's just in the last couple of overs. Maybe tired fingers, maybe not the control or the mindset he has had earlier. Not been able to put them in the right areas. Again short, again allows that swivel, and again allows that ball to be put away. Now that's a good effort, saved a couple of runs.
He's already conceded 11 if we count that for 2 runs. I think he's okay. Yeah, he's pulled that back. Humphrey, the fielder.
Turned out to be quite a big over, already 11. Another ball to come. And another easy run taken. At the end of that over, it's 147 for 1. Into the last over of day 3 here at the Sheribangla National Stadium in the Dutch Bangla Bank Test Series, and domination, absolute domination by Bangladesh. 358 runs lead, 1 wicket down. The second innings, how deep, how long are they going to bat tomorrow? That will be the question on everyone's mind. McBride was about to start the last over. Not quite ready, Shadman Islam. Oh, you can hear that grunt as he bowls the ball.
George, just give it there, lad. I don't want it.
It's been a long day. 98 for 5, and they started, came in, Ireland starting their innings. Lachlan Tucker was the lone man standing, and he managed to score an unbeaten 75. Did get some support from the lower order. Jordan Neal, 49. Dhoni on debut also getting 46 of 77. 81 was the partnership. It looked at one stage that they would have made a few more runs. But Tajul Islam had different ideas. Who went on to equal the record for most wickets in Test cricket for Bangladesh. Equals the record of Shakib Al Hasan. Managing to pick up 4 for 76, ending up with 246 wickets. And then this opening partnership, which was very good from Bangladesh, 119. And there's still 2 days left. That's something that will give them a lot to think about, Ireland, how they can come up with a plan to bat better. Nicely swept away, that's gone fine. And that just might be a boundary. Oh, good work. No, 4 more. 150 on the board.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of effort. He did cover quite a lot of ground. Swept fine. Likes to play that shot Mominol using the angle, and look at this effort from Neil. Tried his best, could not hold it in. His disappointment on his face. Again, wrong line. I don't know if it's got any part of the bat or the gloves or the pad. We'll wait for the signal. 4 runs is going to be 4 byes.
I thought I was also bowled a little bit quicker. 82 clicks on that. Started with 77. Also down the leg side.
Last ball of the day coming up. And it's on target. It kept low. A surprise element to finish the day. Well, McGrath does not get a wicket, but is bowled with a lot of heart, and he can take pride from that. Mominul Haq, the smile on his face. 19 of 21 has joined Shadman, not out on 69. A very long and tiring day for Andy Balbirnie and his men, but they live on to fight another day, which is tomorrow, hoping for early inroads into the Bangladesh innings. Bangladesh, on the other hand, will be just working out how deep and how long they bat into the 4th day before they go and declare and set a target for Ireland.
Well, they're in a position to declare even overnight. I mean, they can have Ireland coming in right on day 4, but don't think that's going to happen. The lead 367, that's a massive lead. Yeah, he'll nice round of applause from the head coach Phil Simmons. That's what they've managed to do in the second time around. Mahmudullah Sanjoy was looking good, 60 of 91. Before he was LBW to Hoey. Shadman Islam unbeaten on 69. With him is Mominul Haq, 19 of 21. The score 156 for 1.
Here's a couple of partnerships. The first one, 119, very comfortably achieved, except for a few odd deliveries here and there. Both Mahmudul and Shadman Islam had the opportunities, gave the opportunities, but after the departure of Mahmudullah Sanjoy, it's Mominul Haq joining in to put up a partnership of 37 in quick time. The bowlers have struggled. You can see Neil at 6.75, 4.67 for Hoey, but he's got the lone wicket, and he'll be hoping that his leggies can come into play tomorrow, as we expect more turn on day 4. The session, the highlights, belongs to Bangladesh, with the 2 batters coming out with some sense of purpose. They're on to anything loose that came their way. There's some disciplined bowling by the Irish. Now that was an opportunity missed by Balbirnie, and Edge went very quickly to him. Surprised the batters on occasions, but some loose deliveries allowed the shots to be played with deft touches like that. And appreciation from the think tank, and once again another one that reared up on the batter and just past Balbirnie. This was the one, the wicket, big appeal, didn't go for the review, the first strike. Some loose deliveries at the end allowed Mominul and Shadman to garner a few quick runs at the end of the day's play on day 3. So day 3 has been completed. Bangladesh dominating at 367 at the end of the day's play. They've lost only 1 wicket in their second innings, and it'll be a very, very confident looking Bangladesh team when they come in tomorrow to take up on the game. So we finish for the day here at the Sri-Bangla. We invite you to join us tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. in the Dutch-Bangla Bank's second test, fourth day between Bangladesh and Ireland. For the moment, it's very goodbye from all of us here. It is day 3 of this second and final test match of the Dutch-Bangla Bank series between Bangladesh and Ireland.
Here we go.
Straight away, there's an appeal. Straight away, he's gone on to the back foot. Remember, nicely stroked away on the offside. Should be able to pick up a boundary. Yes, if there is an opportunity, you've got to grab it with both hands. He just mentioned that's gone outside part of the bat into the gap for a boundary. The runs are coming.
Uppish down.
Yes, no, yes, no. They need a direct hit. Ooh. That's gone. No backing up. So that'll go to the boundary. Shot, nicely played. I think this will go to the boundary. Lovely, lovely shot. And it does.
Turn to other options.
Well, at the moment, the options are going in favor of Ireland.
It's a shot that can really yield important runs. With that sweep, brings about a full delivery and a cover drive for yet another boundary. Back-to-back fours.
Well, he's prepared to really take charge on that shot.
Conditions than maybe what's going on out in the middle, but a good shot, gave himself room. Did Tucker, and oh well, made a meal of it in the end. Unfortunately, Tigel. 4 runs for Tucker.
Tigel gets the breakthrough.
Just didn't quite cover the stumps here. Stephen Doherty not backing across, and just the outside half of the off stump. And Stephen Doherty well batted on debut, but doesn't quite get the milestone. He goes for 46 from 77.